So I've got you for the next 35 minutes. If you haven't already downloaded the workbook, please make sure you do. If you're doing this in an office, your AC probably has already provided you a printed copy. But we're going to be following along in that workbook, and at the end of this, that workbook will be your business plan. Gary, you okay? We just got your face, and no. Gary's got brand new technology because he's just moved into his brand new beautiful office, and you can see they're all very happy. Michaela, I've never seen Michaela smile as much as she is right now. So, I've got you from 9 to 9:30. That's Mountain Time, and then I'm going to hand you off to Jimmy. For those of you that do not know Jimmy, Jimmy is an incredible human being. He's got great experience in sales, very successful real estate career. But his previous career was serving this country. And for over 20 years, Jimmy served in a whole variety of posts, most of them leadership, defending this country in the Army. And so he's an exceptional leader. He sounds a little rough today, so we're all going to heckle him just a little bit because he just came back from a Tony Robbins event. So I expect him to be bringing some fire. At 10:15 or 11:15 Central, we're going to have a breakout session. These breakout sessions are intended for us to actually do the work. All right. And what I mean by that is you're going to be going through the actions and the steps necessary to sort of create your number and your goals and your plan. And your managing director is there and ready to work with you hand in hand to get that done. At 11 o'clock Mountain, 12 Central, I've got a very, very special guest. It is Chuck Whitehead, and Chuck is a dear friend of mine, but he's also the owner and general manager of Coldwell Banker Associated Brokers in Southern California. They are a Chairman Circle company. They're a top 50 in the world. He also has his own show called the Chuck Whitehead Show. You can find it on YouTube or Facebook. And then he also has started a new company that is North Star Seminars. He is speaking all over the country, if not in the world, and he's got a whole training platform. He's going to come and really dig into what's working today on a lead generation standpoint, action plan, like what can you be doing in the shifting market. So very, very, very excited to have him. We'll have a little lunch break, and then we've got the one and only Jeff Renevier joining us, and he is going to be, his Vanna White, if you will be Shawnee Carver, which we love Shawnee. For those of you that don't know Jeff, I know most of you all know these people, but I know we've got some folks on the call that are not with our organization yet. So Jeff is our partner in Montana. He's an exceptional human being, absolute amazing heart, and he has a heart for changing lives. And so his leadership for you guys is really through this whole desire to be a great coach. For those of you that don't know, and I'm sorry for all of you Cat fans, but he was on the national championship Missoula Grizz football team. Now, I understand it was like 400 years ago, but whatever. Like, I just thought there you go. I gave you some props. And then we're going to get back together at 1:30 and really just Q&A, making sure that we answer all of the questions, the outstanding questions that are out there. And we're at that point, just so you all know, I've got to go catch a flight. So I'm going to jump off, and then the team will close out, and we should be done no later than 2:30 Mountain, 3:30 Central Time. So there we have it. I've checked the box. Carrie, did I miss anything, or am I good?
Nope, all good. Thank you.
All good. Great. Awesome. Thank you. All right. So, Carrie, I don't know. I think you can probably give me the. If you share, I think you can give me the ability to navigate your screen. Otherwise, you're going to end up just having to change slides for me.
Yep, I can do that.
Okay, good. Any questions? Hey, listen, this is a participation sport. These are weird, right? Like, we've got some of us are in person, which is the way I like it. It's fun, like we get that interaction. Some of us are online. I get that too. It's participation. I don't want you all falling asleep, right? So we're going to move quickly, but I need you to raise your hand and go, hey, stop. I got a question. Smiles. I feed off of smiles, right? Thank you, Jared. Appreciate that. Thank you, Kawhi. Thank you. that's how I keep going, because otherwise I'm literally looking at a screen, right? And it sucks. And so if I looked at coal for the rest of the day right now, I'd be like, good, love it. Okay, beautiful. No pressure though. All right, so the chat, I don't really care. Do you have a preference? Oh, I guess there is no Q&A box. Okay, so we're going to use the chat box for any questions, comments. As Shawnee would say, cheers of excitement. And let's go. Gary, all you. All right, so here's the dealio, okay? For the last 30 years of my career, I was thinking about this morning. So when I was young, it was thought of as a curse. And as I've gotten older, it's been thought of as a gift. And that is sort of my weird commitment to dreaming big and asking, like, what if on a bigger scale, right? So when I was a kid, I can remember my mother saying, you're such a dreamer. Like, you just got to get your head out of the clouds, right? In times like these, it is your ability and your commitment to dream big, and then to take those dreams and put them down on paper, and then to create the plan that you know, that you believe in your heart of hearts will actually get you to where you need to go. And then your discipline to do it when it was hard, especially when it was really hard. And then to treat your business like a business, to be a business owner. And I'm looking at the faces on here, and so many of you have been in the business for a long period of time. I got the opportunity last night to go out to dinner with 6 or 7 amazing human beings. We were talking about like experience, and 2 of them had been in the business for over 25 years. And we were talking about like, what are the things that have transpired over that period of time? And there's a lot, right? There were families, there was births, there was deaths, there was wars, there was the Black October, there was dot bomb, there was inflation, there were interest rates that were higher, there were interest rates that were lower, there were, like everything. There was the Great Recession. There were so many things that happened. And yet here, these 2 incredible sales women were still standing, still successful, still doing what it was that they needed to do. So my goal at the end of this is that you all will be given that gift of dreaming, a gift of being able to treat your business as a business and create some certainty in a market that is certain to be uncertain for the next, 12, 15, 18 months, whatever it is. I guess it really doesn't matter, right? So, can you bring those slides back up? There was something that was really interesting to me in Blue, like for these 2 slides, right? And here's the first of the 2, and it's not the plane, it's the pilot. And so as I was thinking about like this whole idea of like, well, what is a plan and the market shifting? And well, I'm a pilot. Can you go to the, yeah, see, I still don't have control, Carrie. So you're going to have to do that or figure out how to give me control. Or can I ask for control? Yeah, I just requested it.
Yeah,
There you go. If you'll grant me control, I got it.
there you go.
All right. Jen Colson's in the house.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it's not working, Carrie. Thank you. This is my favorite slide, and it's not about the pilot. It's not about the plane. It's about the pilot. Well, here's the point, right? The plane is the company. The pilot is you. And as a pilot, this has a meaning to me. So I'd like to dig in just a little bit on this and talk just a little bit about what this means. What's interesting about flying an airplane is that we fly airplanes in all kinds of weather, different clouds, different ice, sun, cold, stable air, unstable air, winds, all kinds of things. If you're going to go to Telluride, you're going to land at 9,000 feet. If you're going to go to Arizona, you're going to land at 100 feet, right? You have all of these different conditions that are constantly happening as a pilot. And the one thing I know is that if you have to have a great plane, right? Because listen, you could be the best pilot on the planet and have a horrible plane, and you're going in for a really rough flight. But same thing, the reverse. You could have the best plane on the planet and have a bad pilot, and you're still in for a really rough flight. When it comes to the plane has got to, listen, you look at these planes especially, right? There are 10,000 different things that this plane can do, of which there's probably only 50 of them that you actually need to do. Here's the thing, they call it dead reckoning. They shut everything off on your airplane and they say, go find an airport and land it, okay? Don't use any instruments. Don't use anything on your plane. Go figure out a way to land the airplane. Your plane has got to be airworthy. Your plane has got to work really, really well. And a great plane has all of these different features. It doesn't matter if the pilot doesn't know anything about it. So as a pilot, I have to know everything that my airplane does. And folks, look at me. I am not an engineer. I would not be considered like the smartest guy in the room. I'm not the guy that's going to be the most technologically forward guy. I had to know everything about the electrical system. I had to know all about hydraulics, and I needed to know about yokes and trims and flight planning and all of this different stuff. I needed to know my airplane inside and out. In the event, A, that I needed something, I knew where to go, and B, if something went wrong, I knew how to fix it. See, the pilot is as important as the plane, and the plane as a pilot. They've got to come together and have this incredible partnership. And that's what we're looking for in 2023, is to come together and be incredible partners with each other. As a pilot, I've got to go, all right, well, listen, where do I want to go? That's my destination. Then I have to create a flight plan, that's what they call it. And I'm studying the different, like, well, what altitudes do I need to fly out? Where is it coldest? Where am I likely to encounter weather? What's my destination? Where do I need to aim the nose of the plane? When do I need to descend? All of these things, it's part of my flight plan. And then I have to go out and execute on the flight plan. And it all starts with the clarity of where we're going, all of it, right? Can you please switch this slide? Okay, thank you. I love this quote, Tim Ferriss: life punishes the vague wish and rewards the specific ask. In aviation, we don't vaguely point the nose in the direction we think our destination is. We know exactly where we're going, and the plane has got to get us there. Next slide, please. So we're in a shifting market. Been shifting for several months now. And my belief is that the shifting market is when we find out who the strong are versus the weak. It's the separation. We find out whether or not we have the skills or we're lacking the skills. We separate the intentional from the accidental. It's the place where all the hard work, all the preparation is revealed. And what I know is that you all are some of the most well-trained and professional real estate business owners in the industry. And I also know that if you identify a skill that you need to have in the shifting market, that we are the right plane to help you to develop it. The next year is going to be all about skill sets and mindsets. It's going to be all about skill sets and mindsets. And I love this quote because I think there is this idea that, especially for those of us that have been in the business for a very specific period of time, maybe less than 5 years, where things have only been good, it feels like we're just always rising to the occasion. And the Navy SEALs will say it best: under pressure, you don't rise to the occasion, you sink to the level of your training. You seek to the level of your preparation. You seek to the level of your airplane. You seek to the level of your capabilities as a pilot. Next slide, please. Can you switch the slide, please? Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. Go if you'll go back. I think I told you one too many, Carrie. Thank you. Yeah, that's it. So what we're going to experience over the next 12 to 18 months, I think anybody who's been in the business for, let's say, more than 12 years knows what's coming, right? It's going to be pretty hard. It's fine. It's hard times, great. We also know that there's incredible opportunity. I was just having a conversation with Jason here in Durango, and we were talking about, hey, this is where the opportunity is really seized. And it's true. On the other side of the hard times are always the good times. So that's amazing. At Gen Blue, Ryan Gorman told this whole story about how everyone looks like a world-class runner when they're running downhill. I love that, right? In our world, right, that's like everybody looks like an expert skier on a powder day, right? Everybody looks like they can fly fish like crazy on a salmon fly hatch. When everything is downhill, everything is easy. Where we really find out whether or not we have the skills is when the terrain begins to change, the terrain begins to go uphill, and we get tested. And what I would say is, let's just remember that in order to get on the downhill side, we must first climb that hill. And Winston Churchill said it, if you find yourself in hell, keep going. In other words, if you find yourself in hard times, don't stop, don't quit, don't curl up in a ball and sit in the corner. In fact, I might say, if you find yourself in hell, go faster, get through it faster, work harder, double down on the things that you know that work. A conversation last night with Kathy and Cinnamon was, hey, there are certain things that have always worked. And there are certain things that sort of come and go. We don't know necessarily if they work or not. We're going to dig into that today, but pay attention. Let's make sure that we're putting most of our effort in the areas where they'll have most of the outcome or the best outcomes. Thank you. So if you don't have a purpose to climb the hill, you won't climb the hill when things are hard. I know that one firsthand. And so I think at the end of the day, we all want a business that gives us the life that we want, a life that our family and our fitness and our faith and our finances are all operating at the levels that we want. And in our organization, we talk about changing lives, right? Like that's our goal, is to help each and every one of you achieve the life that you want through the business that we partner with you on. And this year, I want that change, that life change, I want it to be yours. Ultimately, that's it. Like, we want it to be yours. So the question that I have for you is this: do you want it? See, as we go through the hard times, we need to ask ourselves these questions, because as I said, two parts are going to be tested over the next 12 to 15 months. It's going to be your skill set, and it's going to be your mindset. And your mindset will dictate whether or not you even do the skills or you level up the skills that you're missing. That's it. You have to want it, and you have to want it so bad that you're willing to go through the pain of getting it. You have to be able to walk through hell. Hopefully, Jimmy's going to tell us a little bit about how he walked on fire at Tony Robbins this weekend, whatever, right? Literally walked on fire. You have to believe that you're worth it. And I find that oftentimes, and maybe I'm preaching to myself, okay? So I will preach to myself. I have found there are times in my life where I put on a good face and I say, yeah, I want it. But deep down inside, maybe I really don't believe that I deserve it. You got to work through those things, okay? Because when we're tested is when we find out what we're capable of. So do you believe that you're worth it? And are you committed to being one of those business owners? Because make no mistake, as the market shifts, a significant number of the businesses and agents in your areas are going to go away. And what that means is at the end, you will get a raise if you are one of them continuing to stand. You will get a raise at the end of this. Now, you have to treat your business like a business, like you are the owner of that business. Are you committed to being one of that person, that business owner that's going to get a raise at the end of it because of the market? Are you willing to do the hard work when things are really, 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 really hard? And if the answer is not an emphatic absolutely, then it's time to do some self-reflection and figure out what the obstacle is. Because this is the kind of market that punishes the uncommitted, right? And we want to change your life for the better. Let's not let the market change your life for the worse, right? On the other hand, if you said, yes, rock and roll, let's go. I love David Goggins. You can't hurt me, because he says, hey, listen, everybody wants to go to heaven, but nobody wants to die. So how committed are you to the outcomes that you want? All right, let's go. All right, we're going to take you through a little exercise. I got an amen. Thanks. Thank you, Amy. Amen. All right, any questions? Anybody need anything? Everybody got what they need from a workbook standpoint? We're all good there, ready to go? Okay. All right, use the chat box for questions. But here's the deal. I'm going to take you guys through the process of assessing where you're at right now, and then I want to gain clarity for you and where you want to be. I call it setting the table. And so you can see here, this is a table. So the way I look at this whole life and business, or whatever it is that you want to encapsulate it in, is that to me, it's a table, all right? And the best way to absolutely screw up a meal is to have a table that is, let's call it unbalanced, okay? But it's not like the traditional balance. Like, you know, we think about balanced life. It's like, oh, I spend the same amount of time and the same amount of energy. That's what I'm talking about, right? So if I have a table that is too short, like I'm sitting in my chair and it's uncomfortable. If I have a table that's one of the legs is off, whoa, am I back with you?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. If one of the legs is off kilter, well, it ruins the meal. And that's the entire point. And so understanding where it is that we need to make adjustments to get to our level 10 is where it starts, right? There's a saying, how you show up in one place of your life is how you show up in all places of your life. And so the first part of what we need to do is identify, well, what are the legs? And then we need to assess where it is that we're at. Next slide, please. So what I'd like you to do is pull out your workbooks. You should have a page that has this on it, right? And it's a table. And so we're gonna go through what each of these are. At this point, I think many of you probably could recite this already, but it's, go ahead. Fitness, finance, faith, and family. So step one, you ready for it? I want you to put next to each one where you believe you are today. Now, before you do it, hold on. Scale of 1 to 10, 1 being the worst, 10 being the I'm crushing it. What level are you? And this is where you got to get super, super honest with yourself. The way I like to do this is ask myself over the last 30 days. So I've got a finite window. Over the last 30 days, have I had rock star fitness? Have I had rock star finance? Have I had rock star faith or family? Answer for each. Take a few minutes and go through it, please. When y'all are done, give me thumbs up in the chats, please. Thank you, Heather. Thank you, Malia. Ashley. Thank you, Allie. Thank you, Hannah. Jan, Erica. Thank you, Durango. Thank you, GJ Kauai. Ashley. Hey, Russ. Thanks, Gummy Bear. Hey, G. Thanks, buddy. Thank you, Sun Valley. Thank you, Gail. Thank you, KB. All right, beautiful. All right, so let's keep going. So you have the assessment. This is where you're at now. Life change happens when you are at your level 10. Okay, I'm using my words intentionally. Life changes when you are at your level 10. Everybody's level 10 is different. Everybody's success is different. But we're going to dig into these 4 things. And again, just because of sake of time and wanting to make sure that I honor your time, I'm not going to spend a ton of time, but I am probably going to rant on a couple of these because I think that they're just more important. Okay. So let's dig in, please. Next one. The first one on our list is family. I know this is a picture from a while ago, but it's my favorite picture, and so I keep using it. My wife looks amazing, and yeah, my boys look handsome, and right before the I call it the ugly stage. So, and I'm going to make this one pretty easy. Answer the question: what would make you feel like a rock star family man or woman? I want you to hear the words that I'm using. What would make you feel like a rock star family man or woman? What we're trying to do here is we're trying to establish what level 10 is for you. And again, everybody's level 10 is different, right? Everybody's level 10 is different. So don't worry about what your neighbor's writing down. It's what you want. For some of you, it may just be a simple regular date night, right? For some of you, it may be something bigger. It may be a huge celebration trip for your 50th wedding anniversary. Maybe it's doing something intentional with the kids, or I don't know, dinner as a family. Like, I don't even know. Like, for me, right, part of mine is I want my mornings to be super intentional. Like, I want to be at breakfast with my kids. I don't want it to be a mad dash crazy. Like, I want cool, calm, collected moments to be able to send them off into the world as, you know, little young men, as warriors. I answer the question, what do I need to do so that I will feel like a rock star father, as a rock star husband? I am judging myself. I'm not allowing others to judge me. That's the point. Here's the trick. I think it's on the next page of your workbook. You'll have some space. It's not a ton of space. It's small, right? So I'm not looking for you to make 25 different things, but I would love you to say, hey, here are 5 things that I would like to do. And I want you to write them down in the present tense. Okay. So for example, if it's date night, I have date night on Thursdays. I have dinner with the family on Wednesdays, or we, right? Like, but as present tense, this is what we're doing for you to have a level 10 family. Give me thumbs up when you guys get that. Thanks, Mark. Thanks, AG. Thanks, Jared. He's Josie. Hi, how are you? Thank you, Allie. Level 10. Thank you, Hazel. Teresa, you better be doing this. You better be doing the work. Thank you, Tina. Are you hiding from everybody, Teresa? Hiding in your office? Thank you, Hannah. Beautiful. Looks like a few of you still got your heads down. I got you. I'll give you just a couple more seconds here. Okay, level 10. Level 10 family. Let's go to the next slide. Okay, so this is the one I get myself in trouble. So I'm going to go ahead and just ask for forgiveness ahead of time. But listen, I'm going to have a pretty significant conversation on the fitness side. So fitness is health and vitality. It just, health and vitality isn't an F, so I needed an F. But here's the challenge, right? When we talk about health and vitality, it's not just physical. It is physical. It's also emotional and like mental. So health and vitality are checking all of these boxes. And I will tell you that you can ask anybody who has ever made a lot of money who suffered in their health, and they will tell you nothing is more valuable than their health. Period. End of story. That's just the way it is. And I get myself in trouble because I speak the truth about this. So here I'm going to stop. How you show up here is more important than probably any other area because it dictates what level of energy you have towards your business, towards your family. It is 100%. There's countless studies. Like there's countless studies about how you look and how you like your fitness level, right? Determines how you're received and perceived by others. Okay. And I'm sorry, like they're not saying you have to be an Olympic athlete, but what they're saying is that if you are not right with yourself, if you're not keeping the promises that you make to yourself, the public doesn't believe that you're going to keep the promises that you make to them. If you're not paying attention, I feel like I'm preaching to myself right now, right? I don't know if you noticed, but lately I am wearing, like I'm dressing up better. I'm not just wearing t-shirts, right? And there was a period of time through COVID where I was just wearing t-shirts. I'm preaching to me right now, okay? The appearance that we bring to our everyday lives, it matters. If I'm not paying attention to the details, then my clients don't believe that I'm going to pay attention to the details that are important to them. Okay, I'm going to get off that one. That one was probably more for me. The other one is longevity and disease. And no, we're not there yet. Longevity and disease. Listen, we want to live for a long time. And when I say live, I mean live. I don't mean survive for a long time. But disease is the killer of all things. And I know some of your stories. I'm looking at the photos here. Some of you have experienced health challenges. I had a great conversation last night with a gentleman who had one. And like, I get it. Health and fitness, disease, longevity, they're important. We want to be around for a long time. And what we're doing right now matters. And there is something that you are doing right this second to your mind and to your body that is not serving you. It's not good for you. You have to tell me what it is. You have to tell anybody else what it is. But you know. Those are the mountains. So those are your hills to be conquered. Those are the mountains that you've got to run up. Those are the crabs that are keeping you pulled down into the bucket and not achieving your best self. It all starts on this leg of your table. Maybe you're a closet smoker. Maybe you binge eat. Maybe you drink too much. Whatever it is, right? Maybe you do something to numb the pain of some emotional challenge that you're going through. Whatever it is time to edit and eliminate those things by any means necessary. No excuses. I have shared with you the story of my dad, and you can pay now or you can pay later. The bottom line is what you're doing today will dictate what will happen 2 years, 5 years, 10 years from now. It's not an immediate thing. So start treating your health and your vitality as though it's really important. There is a great YouTube video. It's Warren Buffett. I think he's talking to some high school kids. He basically tells a story about, hey, listen, at the end of this seminar, and I'll just use it here, right? At the end of this, you get to pick the car of your choice. And tomorrow morning, bow on it. It's going to be in your driveway. No questions asked. Yours. And of course, you're going to ask, what's the catch? Well, the catch is it's the only car you'll ever have for the rest of your life. How will you take care of it? Well, you'll take care of it amazing, right? Like there will never be an oil change that you will skip, right? Or delay. You will rotate the tires. You will vacuum and clean, and you probably won't even eat or drink, stuff in the car. You know what I'm talking about, right? Especially those that have kids. You know exactly what I'm talking about. Might we suggest that you will only have one body and one mind, and that at the very least, we should take care of our bodies and minds better than we would take care of a car? So let's go through it. What are we going to do? What is level 10 fitness? What is level 10 health and vitality? Physical, mental, emotional. How do you look? How do you feel? Calm, cool, collected in the storm, rested and recharged, ready to take on the world. What's your community look like? Again, we're writing this down in the present tense. So if it's something as simple as just a simple wait, then I am this, right? Something more complex, great. These are yours. Again, these are your goals. There are some people that losing 5 pounds or gaining 5 pounds is massive, while others may say, yeah, 25 is better, right? This is your journey, nobody else's. Thank you, Heather. Same thing. When you're ready, give me the thumbs up. Thank you, Tina. Rain, Hannah, GJ, Kauai, Hazel, thank you. Kale, thank you. Mr. Razor, appreciate it. Thanks, T. Ashley, hey, Jean. Amy's iPhone. Thank you, Allie. Thank you, Twin, in your beautiful new office. Okay. All right, last one, certainly not least, and it's the one that we're going to spend the rest of the day working on, is finance. Oh, do I skip faith? That's pretty funny. I tried to skip faith. All right, well, I'm going to go through this one. This is another one that is oftentimes an uncomfortable one to talk about, but honestly, I would just be very uncomfortable, and I wouldn't feel right not talking about it. We're on election day. There's a lot of emotions. It's very interesting to me that in this time where like the opinions of others, they're just seemingly being screamed louder and louder and louder, like from the so-called news and from social media, and like all of these people that really, frankly, like either they want you to believe something that isn't even true, or I don't even know. But I've just believed that it's never been more important to be very squarely focused on your core values. And that's what faith stands for here. This is your belief system, right? And there are just a lot of opinions. And I think more than ever, we need to be focused on what our beliefs are and less on what everybody else's opinions are. And let me be very, very clear. There are lots and lots of faith and belief systems out there. And I don't purport to know what the best one is. I have my own, and I'm clear on mine. What I am clear is that I believe that everybody should have one. And whatever that one is best for you is the one I support you in, right? So having a faith is important. And in my faith, there is a scripture that talks about what you consume will consume you, right? And I believe that if you lack that North Star, that focus, that core, that belief system, then you will continue to be addicted to the words and the opinions and the television and the so-called news and all of those things that are so polarizing and frankly toxic. So I don't know. I just think it's time for us to turn off the opinions, turn off the news. Right? I know that today is a big day and it's election day, and hopefully each of you have gone out and voted for who you want to win, and I support you in that, regardless of which side of the aisle we all are on, right? Because at the end of the day, we are Americans, and that's where my faith puts me. Is that we are all in this together, humanity, and so it's time to turn off those channels and turn on our faith. And so I'd ask you to very quickly, what are the 2, 3, 5 things that you need in order to have a level 10 faith, core beliefs, core values and beliefs for 2023? Again, in present tense. Let me see the thumbs up when you guys are ready. Beautiful, thank you. All right, let's hit the last one. I won't skip finance. This is what we're here for. So we're here for the finance. So here's the deal, right? And we're going to dig into this one a lot. At the end of the day, we work to live. We don't live to work. We work to live. We don't live to work. We got to be reminded that. Listen, we got to be super, super clear on what winning is and how we're going to get there in a shifting market, period. All right, just like the pilot, you got to be clear on where you're going. You have the best plane ever, but if you point the nose in the wrong direction, you're not going to arrive at your destination. So we need to get clear on what this is. What is it for you? Is it a savings number? Like, are you looking for some sort of sense of security? Like, once I have X number of dollars in my savings account, I can finally feel like I've achieved my finance, my business goals. Is it rental? Maybe it's passive income. I don't know. What is it for you, right? Maybe it's a team. Maybe you want to have a team. You know, I know I talked to Bobby. Bobby, are you on this call? You better be on this call. You know, he wants to build a team. Wonderful, right? Is it a team? Is it different lifestyle, working in different markets? Maybe it's funding a college. Maybe it's funding a trip. Maybe it's just having a business that you can count on. You know, one of those businesses where you go, you know what, whether the market's up, down, sideways, I don't worry. I've got great lead gen. I can count on it. This is important, and we're going to dig deep, deep, deep into this, but I would like you to take just a couple of minutes, and I want you to answer the question, what does a level 10 finance look like for you? 2, 3, 5 things. What is it? As you think about it, can you feel it? Do you feel the pressure? You know, like all of a sudden your shoulders aren't quite as tense because like you made it. Your face is a little less scrunched up. Or you can stop sharing here for just a second. Okay, so here's the deal. You now know exactly where you're at. You did the assessment, and you've identified now exactly what level 10 is for you. There's no turning back. You know exactly. Now it's about creating the plan to get you to where you want to go. That's the magic. It's about doing the work. That's where lives are changed. And that's where JK is going to jump in and take it away.
Hey guys, it's good to be here. Hey, for my crew in Grand Junction, we have an absolute packed house, Todd. I mean, you should see it in there. It's absolutely amazing. So, hey, listen, I got back from Tony Robbins last night, and what an amazing experience. I want to talk a little bit about that. But one of the things he said, and Tony, while we're there, is emotion is created by motion. Let me say it again. Emotion is created by motion. So put your books up, put your books down. I want everybody to stand up for a minute. Everybody stand up, right wherever you're at, just stand up. There, now sit back down. Sit back down. Now stand back up. Now sit back down. Stand back up. Now sit back down. There we go. Look at that. Sun Valley, I love you in the back there. You are absolutely amazing. You are jumping around. I love it. I love it. I love it. Okay. So emotion is created by motion, right? And today, Kylie, here's the thing. The decisions you're making today are your greatest gift. The decision that I made to go down to Tony Robbins, I think is the greatest gift that I had. Todd, I thank you for providing the opportunity for me to go down to Tony Robbins, because I am so alive right now because of what I learned there. Here's some other things, right? Okay, you guys ready? Success without fulfillment is failure. Let me say it again. Success without fulfillment is failure. So as you guys are setting your goals, as we go through and set the goals today, as we go through and make the decisions today for what we are going to accomplish in 2023 next year, I want you to think about the fulfillment it's going to bring to you. And it's going to, the fulfillment it's going to bring on those 5 foundations that Todd talked about. Okay. So as we go through this, what the decisions that you make are going to equal the fulfillment that you're going to see at the end of 2023. Is that again, the decisions you're going to make right now, that when you look back in December of 2023, your life is going to be so full because you made the decision now to get the resources to go do that. Tony talks about state. And what state you put yourself in. How do you get into state? We went through this whole process, right? And what that allowed me to do was to make the decision to take the step out on those hot coals. Yes, I'm a fire walker. I've walked the 5 steps across hot coals. Everybody goes, "Oh, well, I didn't feel a thing." And I said to myself, that's not real. Those coals are out. Guess what? The gal that went through right before me, she burned her foot because she wasn't in the right state. She took that first decision. She made the decision to step out, but she wasn't in the right state, and she burned her foot. She immediately went into the right state. All other 4 steps were okay, right? But those coals were hot. I did it 5 steps, perfect state, amazing. But I made the decision to go and take that first step. So as we think about it today, as we think about what you're doing today, what are those decisions you're making today to make that first step to achieve the fulfillment that you want to achieve in 2023? Now, last thing I will ask you right now as we continue to go forward is, he said, if you want a better answer, ask a better question. If you want a better answer, ask a better question. So, example, let's say you say, "Hey, I want to lose 20 pounds. I want to lose 30 pounds. But in your mind, you're like, holy crap, that's going to suck. How am I going to do that? I have no idea how to do that. No, it's not the right question. The right question is, how can I have fun losing that 20 to 30 pounds? If I want to say, hey, I want to take my family, I want to give them an amazing summer experience next summer. The question is, what am I going to do now to be able to achieve that success that I want to achieve and take my family on an amazing experience? Is it Disney World? Is it Disneyland? Is it Fiji? Is it, an amazing, do you want to go You want to go hike the Grand up and up? You want to go do something crazy? Well, what is it you want to do? But to get a better answer, you got to ask a better question. So I really want you guys to think about what that question you're asking yourself is. Okay. So with all that said, we're going to take the next step. Let's talk about how we're going to get there. And really, at the end of my presentation, at the end of my part, what I want you to have is your roadmap. I want you to have what's called your marching orders going forward for the next 12 months, for 2023. This is what you're going to do. And why is this important? Because when the shiny object jumps out there, when the bestleads.com calls you and the hotleads.com calls you and says, hey, for $100, we can give you 500 leads. All you got to do is pay this $500 or pay this $100 for the next 12 months, commit to us, and we're going to give you these amazing leads. Guess what? It's all garbage. I said it's all garbage. But what we're going to do is we're going to set you on that path, and we're not going to, so you don't stray. Also, you have that path to follow so that you can achieve that fulfillment. Because remember, success without fulfillment is failure. All right. Okay. Carrie, bring up the slides for me, would you? Are they up? I can't see them. Are they up? Hold on for a sec. All right, there we go. Okay, I got them now. All right. So this first set of slides is all about setting your goals. All right. And we've come up, the numbers that we're going to bring up on the screen here are not your numbers. I mean, they could be your numbers, but I want you to come up with your own numbers. And when we get done here, we're going to go into a breakout session and we're going to help you. You can fill out these numbers, but I want you to follow this success formula. I want you to understand the success formula so that when we go through this, so when you get done, you go, okay, I know what I need to achieve. So let's just do this. Okay. Next slide, Carrie, please. The number of targets, we're taking a mythical agent out here and says, hey, you know what? For our agent, so let's call it Agent Klager, right? I want to do 18 transactions next year. Well, and I'm going to look at it, I'm going to go, you know what? I'm average sale price in Grand Junction right now actually came down. We're at 423, 420, I think right now. So we're just going to go 400,000 for our average sale price. And then I'm going to multiply that by our average commission rate, which is 2.75. We didn't go all the way through because I know I'm not necessarily going to get 3 on every one. 2.5. I'm not going to settle for 2.5. I want 2.75. That's going to give me $198,000 in gross commission income. That's the GCI. So that is the amount of income. That's the amount of commission coming in before splits, before business, your operating expenses, which are taxes, marketing, all that stuff. That's your GCI right there. Now we're going to take that total income and we're going to divide it by 3. And you say, well, hey, why do I divide it by 3? Well, guess what? There's three groups. There's 3 kind of places where this money's going to go. The first one is your business expenses. Call it your operating expenses. And within those operating expenses are all your marketing. It's going to be your splits to the company, and anything else that you spend in order to make money. Right. The second one, Uncle Sam always gets his third. So we got to consider that. And then the third, the last third is going to take home. So click that next one. So look at this. At 18 transactions at a $400,000 price point, 2.75% commission, your total income's really your take home is $66,000. Now you have to ask yourself, is that enough for me to achieve the fulfillment that I want to achieve in 2023? Each one of you, it's going to be different. Some may be going, that's amazing. I love it. That's what I want to do. Others are going to look at it and go, you know what? I need to double that. Well, then we got to figure out where we're going to double those numbers, right? Are you going to double the number of transactions you're going to do? Are you going to double your average sale price? Or are you going to do kind of a little bit of both, right? That's the beauty of this formula. But this is something that's individualized to each one of you. Now, the next question that we have to have is, what are we going to do? How are we going to get there? How do I achieve those 18 transactions? So the first one is, I'm going to take an average agent it takes about 50 conversations to get one transaction. Now, if you are a brand new agent, just starting off, or maybe within your first year, and you're still kind of like, I don't know, I want you to put the number 70 in there. Because on an average new agent is going to be about 70-1. If you're a good savvy agent, you've been around for a while, you got your scripts and dialogues dialed in, figure somewhere about 20 to 30-1. If you want to be conservative, put in 30 conversations to 1. In this case, I'm an average agent. I'm doing 18 transactions. Now I got to divide, and then I got to, so I multiply those and multiply that number and then divide it by 245. Now, why 245? Well, that's the number of working days in a year, right? And so what I did at 245, take out weekends, holidays, and take out about 3 weeks of vacation. Yes, I just gave you 3 weeks of vacation in here to go achieve, to go take all that stuff that equals fulfillment to you and go enjoy that with your family, your friends, whatever that is, whatever creates fulfillment to you. Right? So what does that come down to? That's 4 conversations per day. Now, can everybody have 4 conversations a day? Absolutely. And if you can't, I'm going to tell you how. If you want to make it easy, go to the grocery store and talk to the person in line. Guess what? Tell them they've got great shoes on. And next thing you know, you're going to have a conversation and they're going to ask you, how's the market? And you're going to say, well, it depends. And we can go on that conversation. We can go down that path later. But I'm going to get away from that one because that's a whole nother, that's another conversation. Okay, next slide. Okay, so now let's talk about where do we go get those folks, right? How do we fill this funnel? So this is a lead funnel, and I want to break this down to you. Guess what? All of us are artists. I think if you're going to put real estate agents in a bin, are you numbers driven or are you kind of an artist? Most folks are an artist. So when we talk about numbers, our eyes glaze over in the back of our head and everybody goes, holy crap, we got to talk about numbers. All right. So this is an easy pictorial way for you to see how your business is going to look over the next 12 months. So the first thing we got to do is, this is a funnel. Go ahead and click those. Yeah, Carrie, keep going. Top funnel, middle funnel, bottom of funnel. And then at the very bottom, you have your active bin. And our whole goal is to take the leads that we get, matriculate them down from the top of the funnel down into our active bin. Now, so everybody's like, well, what does active mean? Well, an active, somebody that's in your active bin is merely somebody that has said, hey, I'm going to sign a buyer's agency agreement with you, or I have signed a listing agreement with you to sell our house. Those are your active bins. All right, let's go to the next one. Carrie, please. Okay, now we got to figure out, how do we fill that funnel? And so a good real estate agent has probably 3 to 5 lead sources. Great real estate agents are running anywhere from the 5 to 7 lead sources. And a lead source is, here's what a lead source, it is something that you had developed a plan around. It is something that you are working every single day, every single week, and you're focused on that. Once again, so when hotleads.com comes in and you go, you're not one of my lead sources, beat it. So these lead sources, right now we've got 4 lead sources. There are big 5. We'll talk about those next. Here, go ahead, Carrie. Hit that next slide. Hit all 5 of those. Here's your big 5 lead sources. You've got your sphere of influence. You have your open house, geofarming, social media, and online. Let me go through these. Your sphere of influence. Guess what? That is common to every single one of you. And that's where 80% of your business needs to come from. Let me say it again. This is common to every single one of you, your sphere of influence. And that's where 80% of your business comes from. Now, listen to me. That's where 80% of your time in building your business needs to be. And then open houses. We all know what an open house is. Geofarming, going out and spending some time in a neighborhood. There's geofarming, and then there's also demographic farming. So I'm a veteran, right? The veteran community would be a great demographic farm for me to go out and do. But guess what? Anytime you do farming, it takes time, it takes money, it takes resources. And I will tell you that on a good geofarm, you're probably not going to see returns on that geofarm for 12 to 18 months if you do it right. So you got to be really thinking about, is the geofarming the right thing the right way you want to do it? Social media. Social media. We all talked about video is king, getting out there in front of people. You would not believe the number of people that come and search you online. So I'm down at Tony Robbins, right? I'm talking to people. I got a note from a gal today that I met down at Tony Robbins that said, "Hey, Jimmy, I looked at your Instagram. Your parents are amazing." Right? People find you, they search you, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, LinkedIn, whatever it is, they're looking to see, they're measuring you. Google My Business, which really jumps into the next one, which is online marketing. Guess what? That's part of it. People are going to search you online before they're ever going to raise their hand and say, "Hey, I want to hire you," because they want to know you. There's a gal sitting in my office, right, or in our room right now, that her best lead source right now is online and Facebook, right? And we had a conversation where she said, "Hey, guess what? Everybody knows me through Facebook." I said, "Yeah, everybody knows you." She goes, and because of some reviews, she alienates half the population. And it's amazing because everybody still loves her. But the people that love her, that they're like raising their hand all the time. Hey, she puts a post. I hear from her all the time. "Hey, I just put a post out and guess what? I just got 2 new buyers." People are watching you online. That's a social media. And then we go to online marketing, which is Google My Business, and tie that into blogs, video blogs. You can link that into a YouTube page, which is a little bit back into social media, but online marketing and Google My Business is absolutely crushing it. And oh, by the way, we'll talk about leverage later, but we've got Website Todd, Smart Todd, whatever you want to call him, that is an absolute miracle worker for online marketing. And he will help you build a plan for that, if that's one of the lead sources that you want to tackle. Okay, so that was a quick once over the world on the 5 lead sources. In your workbooks, you will see those 5 lead sources. There's a whole bunch of blank lines in there. Guess what? That's so you can go to the QR code, click on the QR code, watch the video, and you'll get all the answers in the video. That's some extracurricular work that I'm asking you to do going forward. All right, next slide. All right, so here we are back in the lead funnel. Next one. Click the next set there, Carrie, for me. All right, so now we've got to talk about what each one of these categories means. Top funnel, middle funnel, bottom of funnel. If you're a bottom of funnel, if you got clients or leads in bottom of funnel, they're 0 to 6 months out from making a decision to sell. Middle of funnel are 6 to 12, and then your top of funnel folks are 12 plus months out. And guess what? I've heard it. Montrose, I forget who it was down in Montrose, raised their hand and said, "Hey, I had a gal last year come to me and said, 'Hey, we're going to die in our house.'" She put her in the top of funnel. She stayed in communication with her throughout the year. Within 9 months, this gal raised her hand and said, "Hey, guess what? I know we told you we're going to die in our house, but we actually need to sell it because of a life event that's taken us outside of, having us leave Montrose." Guess what, folks? Anybody who is, "I'm going to die in the house," up to 12 months, they all go into that top of funnel, and it's all about connection. Real estate's a contact sport. And the more contacts you make, the better your business is going to be. Next slide. So then we got to ask ourselves, how often do we contact these folks in each one of these each one of these stratas, right? So if you're at a bottom of funnel, those folks, you probably want to contact them about once a week. Now, this is a little bit judicious because if they're 5 months out, talking to them once a week might not be the right answer, but that's okay. It may be every 2 weeks, but it may be every 3 weeks. But guess what? You've got a plan. You've got a plan to reach out, to follow up, information you're bringing to them. Middle of funnel, those folks you're talking to once a month, and then top of funnel is 1 per quarter. You have to ask yourself, what am I going to talk to these folks about? Well, if they're at the bottom of the funnel, you've got to work through them. You got to work them through what it's going to take, how to prepare them to go into that active bin. So are you talking to a lender? Are you watching? I've set you up on a drip. I've set you up on a search. Are you seeing those houses? Which ones do you like? Which ones do you not like? Those are those conversations that you're having there in that bottom of funnel. The middle of funnel, folks, guess what? It's okay. So you guys are 6 to 12 months out. Maybe we're waiting for school to get out in May. And so we're just not there yet. Okay, awesome. Let me set you up on a search. Let's take a look. We're going to talk to you about once a month. Hey, did you see the Did you see the search? Did you like house? Did you like 123 Banana Street or 456 Apple Street? Which one did you like the best? Hey, we like that one. Okay. And so you're just having that good conversation. Maybe you take them out to coffee, get to know them a little bit more, understand what their kids are doing, understanding all those life events. And then your one per quarter is your top of funnel folks. And these are the folks, these are past clients that you have. And so how are you, what are you saying? How are you connecting with them? Hit the next slide there, please, Carrie. And a simple acronym is a Ford acronym. And so just ask them about their family, ask them about their occupation, ask them about what they've been doing. What did you do this summer? What are you getting ready to do this winter? Those recreational type of things that they're doing personally or as a family. And then what are their dreams and desires? So you're staying in touch with these folks every quarter. Make some notes. Guess what? We've got a great CRM called IQ Office. You can put the notes in there. It'll actually automatically remind you to call, to contact them once a quarter. You put all that stuff in there. Guess what? In a quarter, it's going to tell you, hey, call John and Jane and ask them about, and your notes can say, hey, ask them about their kid and how they did in football, right? Whatever that is, it's that conversation. But there, if you go, I just don't know what to say, it's right there. FORD. We like to keep the conversation short, but I will tell you that anytime that I start working through a conversation like this with intention of getting to know them, I find it hard keeping my conversation short. We usually get stuck on one of these things. We usually get stuck on either family or recreation. But at some point in there, during the occupation, during the O, they're going to ask, how's the market? In which you respond with the most beautiful answer ever. It depends. Are you looking to buy, sell? You're looking to rent or invest? And from there, you can determine their motivation and their timing. That's it, guys. That's the ultimate. Those are the two ultimate pieces of information that you want to gather out of their conversation is motivation and timing. When do they want to sell? And if it's never, put them in the top of funnel and why they want to do it. Empathize with them, grow into them. It's not about being the used car salesman. It's about understanding people. And this is a beautiful way to do it. Okay, next slide. All right, so now let's just break that. We're going to refine this one step further. And we're going to say, okay, so we have chosen 3 lead sources. And to make the math easy, we chose 3 because 80% of your business is going to come from your lead source. And that lead source number 1, which is your sphere. What is your number 1 lead source? Your sphere. That's common to everybody. Then you get to pick the other 2. If you want to add 3 or 4 on there, that's fine. You just got to build a plan for them. But as we build the plan out, let's just go ahead and Carrie, hit the next 3. Okay. The number of transactions, that goal that you're trying to achieve by the end of next year for lead source number 1 at 8% is 14 transactions from your sphere. Buying and selling, it doesn't matter. I'm not going to go down. I'm not going to dig into those numbers right now. You can do those sub numbers. You can hit those sub goals all you want, but I just want these big goals, these big rocks that you're looking at. Lead source number 2, 10% is 2, and lead source number 3 is 10% is that 2. And so now now let's talk about conversations. Hit the next 3, please. All right. So now when we talk about number of conversations that we have to have per week, we talked about that total number of 4 times 5 days a week is 20 conversations in a particular week. Now, 80% of that 16 conversations with your sphere. Guess what? You need to have 16 conversations with your sphere every single week. And then you're going to have 2 conversations with your second lead source and then 2 conversations with lead source number 3. Guess what? These are your marching orders, folks, right here. Everything that you do now to grow your business is right on this slide right here. It is that simple. Business is math. We've figured it out for you. All you got to do, and when we go into the breakout session, you're going to figure out these numbers for you. For you. Did I say it? For you. Okay. Next slide. All right. So this is a graph, or a chart, just helps you to evaluate your lead sources. All right. So what I want you guys to do right now, and I'm going to walk you through this. Give me just a second. I've worked through these numbers here for you. Let me get it here. Okay. And Carrie doesn't have these on the slide. So what I want you to do is I want you to fill out these as you go. So your lead source number one is your sphere of influence. Right. And because I'm an average agent, it's going to take me about 50 leads to get one sale. Now, with those 50 leads that I've got at an average sale price of $400,000, the GCI that I pull from that one sale is $12,000. Remember, GCI is before everything else is taken out. It's just that gross commission, right? But it costs me to get that one transaction $4,620. You say, well, Jimmy, how'd you get $4,620? Yeah. So I did an average 70-30 split, and I did, and I spent only $300. So I went and got a CB2 package. I spent $300 to market that particular listing that I got. Right. And so when you divide that GCI from the cost, I actually, I got an ROI of 2.5. So this is how you can figure out and work your lead source. Say, hey, are my lead sources producing? Are they not producing? Okay. So as you go through, this is the next level math. All right. I think I'm getting us back on time. Here's what I will leave you folks, right? Motion. Emotion creates motion. All right. So what I want you guys to be thinking about right now as we go into our breakout session is what is going to make you fulfilled in 2023? That's what you should have put down on those 4 pillars. And then what do you need to get there? And that's what I want you to focus on as you're filling out this chart. Okay. So we're going to go into a breakout session here. And then when we come back, Todd's going to introduce Chuck Whitehead. And then following Chuck Whitehead, we're going to go into some lunch. So with that said, I think we're into breakout session right now. Is that correct? Sarah and Carrie?
Yep, that's right.
All right. Breakout here. We'll be out and we'll be back here at 10:50. See you guys all back at 10:50.
All right. Where is he? Oh, there he is.
Hello, Todd. How are you?
How are you, Mr. Whitehead? Welcome, buddy.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm excited to be here, man.
Well, I'm glad you're here. We were kind of laughing here in Durango. So what the rest of you don't know is I got a text message from Chuck about 20 minutes ago saying, hey, the power in the entire city has gone out, and I don't know if I'm going to be able to make it. And as a critical part of our 2023 business planning event, I was like, oh.
Well, I knew I'd make it. I just, as long as my computer doesn't die on me, we're great.
Yeah, well, he figured it out as he always does. So anyway, I want to introduce you to a very good friend of mine, Chuck Whitehead. He's an incredible leader. He's, as I mentioned to you guys before, he's the general manager and partner of Coldwell Banker Associated Brokers in Southern California. Send all your referrals to him and his team. And he has a passion for helping agents develop their businesses. And it's a unique passion. And he has put his money and his efforts where his mouth is. And he has now, I mean, he's been speaking all over the country for quite some time, but now he's formalized that into North Star seminars. Do I have that right?
Yep.
Seminars. And for those of you that went to Gen Blue, some of you were lucky enough to see him on stage presenting probably some of the things that are similar to what he's going to be talking about today. But Chuck is one of those exceptional, unique leaders. And I was very honored for him to accept our invitation to come and chat with you all. So with that, my friend, it is all yours.
Oh, okay. So I'm going to get started a little early. Is that cool?
That's great.
All right. So, well, I just wanted to start out, Todd, by just saying, and I'd love to get just a little bit of feedback from you for a minute. You guys know that in California, the market shifts are insane. I mean, and Mark Carter out in Albuquerque kind of describes it as a whip, where it's like you're at the top and bottom of the market so fast your head spins. And for us, I would say across the board in Southern California, we have probably lost, I'm going to say $100,000 of property in the last 6 months, Todd. And that's no joke. And obviously it's interest rate driven. Our inventory is still very low. And are you guys running into the same situation where your units have started to shrink and you're starting to find that pricing is becoming more important and price reductions? And where is your guys' market at, Todd, if you don't mind me asking?
Yeah, no, thanks for asking. So all year units have been down, but the first half of the year prices were still climbing. So you didn't feel it as much. In the third quarter, both prices stopped rising, and in a couple of markets, they began to decline slightly.
Okay.
And the fourth quarter projections are that the market will be off significantly. I'm expecting that overall, it's going to be off just about net 20-25%.
Okay. Okay. So in our MLS, is about down 35%. So sounds like we're similar. So what I like to do, guys, and what I want to talk about is I like to talk about in the trenches stuff. I like to talk about, how to price your properties right. I like to talk about how to get price reductions. But none of that stuff matters if you don't have leads. If you don't have buyers and you don't have sellers, then it doesn't matter how great of an agent you are in terms of negotiations. It doesn't matter how great of an agent you are in terms of, your ability to get deals closed if you don't have any. So Todd, I wanted to just start out by talking about a quick little event that I got to be a part of about 2 weeks ago. And that event was what's called the Elite Retreat here in Southern California, where we took our top 15 Coldwell Banker agents from my company and we mixed them with Peter Mendiola from Coldwell Banker West's top 15 from his company. And so we had, and that's so out of like 1,400 agents, that was the top 30 there. And they were talking about how they're making adjustments to the market, how they're putting their pedal to the metal, how they are making changes, how they're making adjustments. And, Todd, I know you didn't ask me to talk about that, but I wanted to just real quickly talk about 4 or 5 things that I learned from those elite agents on how they're making adjustments to their business. So I am going to jump right in by sharing my screen, and let me do that real quick. And then if you guys, and I'm sorry, Todd, it's because I don't have power. I was going to be doing this a little bit of a different way, but that's the way it goes.
You make it happen how it's supposed to. You're all good.
Okay, cool. So can you guys see this okay? Okay, cool. All right. So first things first, again, I've talked a little bit about your market, but the most important thing for me in this elite retreat would be when somebody asks you the big question, and that big question being, is this a good time to buy? And I'm going to pick on Carrie DiPilato, I think her name is right there. And so my question for Carrie is, Carrie, do you think this is a good time to buy? If your brother or sister or cousin or mom or dad asked you, is this a good time to buy? Would you mind just telling me, Carrie, real quick, what you would say? And you can unmute and just give me your answer. And I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but I'm just asking.
You might want to grab an agent. Carrie runs our marketing, so
Okay,
she certainly probably has an answer. But
all right. Then Carrie, don't answer that. So the problem, Carrie, and for all of you guys is that, and this applies to staff too, we have to make sure we're telling our agents this, is what are you telling buyers? What is your narrative when they ask you the question? And a lot of people out there are basically saying like, hey, secretly, like, I wouldn't buy right now if I were you. It's still going to drop. I mean, people are saying that, and you agents out there in this world might be saying that too. So you have to have a narrative. Here's 4 things that we learned at our elite retreat. Number 1 is that prices have dropped. Let's get on it before they adjust rates back down. You were so smart, Mr. Buyer, not to have bought 7 months ago. That's one of the first things, right? And I do believe that. So, when you look back at the people that bought in the last 12 months, like the people that locked in their rates at 2.75, 3%, we look at those people now, we give them high fives, we give them a hug, and we tell them that they're geniuses because they got that rate. I think the same thing is going to happen right now to the people that are currently buying, especially the cash buyers. Todd, and we put up 125 sales last month in our office, and of those, 40% were cash. 40% of those sales were cash. The reason they were cash is because these guys didn't want to pay the prices before, and they were competing with those 2.75, 3% people. So that being the case, anybody that does buy now, I believe in a couple of years, we're going to look back and we're going to say, when did you buy? And they're going to say, I paid cash in 2022, the end of 2022, the beginning of 2023. We're going to give them the high five because of the great move that they had. The second one is, we like to tell stories about, to inform our buyers of why it's a good time to buy. My number 1 agent, Todd, who you met at Gen Blue, she had just gotten off the phone when you saw her there. Her client, the buyer she represented the seller. The buyer came online, and the buyer basically said, I'm going to walk from this deal unless you give me some concessions in escrow. Our contingency removals, I don't know if you guys have that, hadn't been removed yet. So the buyer gets on the line, the buyer's agent gets on the line, the seller and the seller's agent. And the buyer basically says, hey, I want to get $20,000 off the list price, and I need $17,000 to buy down my rate. And if you're not willing to do that, I'm going to walk. End of story, period. That's the situation. So anyway, my agent gets off the phone. She calls the seller, and she said, I got to be honest with you. I think you should take it because I can't guarantee you that I can get you that price again in 6 months, 4 months, or in a month, in 2 months, and you need to get your house sold. So those are the types of stories that I think we need to tell buyers, that opportunity was not here 6 months ago. And, if Barry Habib and everybody in the Fed is right, and they drop rates back down in April or May, you're not going to get that opportunity again. So that buyer scored a home run, because when rates go back down to 5, 5.25 in 4 or 5 months, maybe 6 months, that's going to be a victory. So that's one of the other things. One of the other lines that they came up with, of course, you've heard this probably: marry the house, date the rate, and divorce the rent. Right. So, I mean, that is just the bottom line. If you are still renting, I don't know what's happened in your markets, Todd, but if you're renting here, our rents have actually doubled from where they were 3 years ago. So if I was renting the same 3-bedroom, 2-bath in my market, that was $1,700, it's going for $3,200 now. So that being the case, right now, you're paying 100% interest as a renter. Why would you want to do that when you have the opportunity to, even if you're paying a higher rate and your payment goes up a little bit, you got that huge tax deduction of that interest write-off. Right now, you have no interest write-off whatsoever. So you're paying 100% interest. What's the difference between paying 7 and 100? The next one is this with rates. Let's talk about them. If rates go up, Mr. Buyer, you win because you locked in at 7. If rates go down, you win because you can refinance that thing and drop your payment right now. So whether rates go up, whether rates go down, it's a victory. That's the bottom line. It is a victory for Mr. Buyer right now if rates go up or down. So that's just one thought. Now, in terms of pricing the properties right, I don't know what your guys' MLS looks like, but our MLS here, we have down arrows every time there's a price reduction. So in every listing appointment, all of these top 30 agents who are in this elite retreat, all of them are bringing their down arrows, showing the price reductions from the MLS of what's happened with pricing. Number 2, they're of course working backwards off the net. Hey, I want a net 50,000. Cool. Let's see what we can get to get you there. That's a standard one that you guys are all used to. Number three is explaining to Mr. Seller that time is not your friend. When I was at a big event in Albuquerque, and they brought in a national speaker who's an expert on finances, on money, on the Fed. And when he was talking, he basically said the one thing that you guys all need to remember is that the Fed does not like surprises. Meaning that if the Fed says they're going to raise rates 3/4 of a point on short-term money, they're going to do it. If they say they're going to raise rates 1/4, they're going to do it. They don't want to surprise or shock the markets. Now, they have said that there will be 2 additional increases coming in the next 4 months. So that being the case, you can understand, Mr. Seller, that they do not like surprises. They said they are going to raise it. They will. So in my market, for example, if we've dropped $100,000 over the last 8 months, that's about $13,000 a month. It's dropped here in the California market. So that means that every single day you're losing $400, Mr. Seller, that we don't get your property sold. So that is the reality of the situation. So that being the case, time is not your friend. Oh, I was thinking about waiting till May, or till why? If there's going to be 2 more clicks up in the market on interest rates, you're going to get your butt kicked. Like, I'm here to tell you, the Fed is all about telling the truth and doing what they say they're going to do. So time is not your friend, Mr. Seller. Let's get this on the market now and get it priced right. Number 4, a big one. This was my favorite, because you guys understand from California, just this, right? A lot of the guys there were the pretty guys in the tight little suits with the tight little pants and the brown shoes, and they think that they're the greatest people in the entire world, and they're walking around, and only they could actually use this line, Todd. And basically what they do is somebody comes in and you walk into the house and they're the house is worth $650, but they're saying it's worth $725 or $750. They're living in La La Land right now. And they say, well, look at my neighbor's house, and you look at it and you go, well, your neighbor had a pool and they had an updated kitchen and all that sort of stuff. Yeah, but my house is, just as nice. And they said, okay, well, here's what we need to do. This is one of their lines. And this guy uses it every time, Todd. I think it's great. And his line is, well, okay, here's what we're going to do. I have a cabinet maker that I'm going to have come over. He's going to be here on Tuesday to price out the cabinets, because we're going to redo the kitchen. We're going to redo the bathrooms. And then my pool contractor, I'm going to give him a call to see what time we can get him to come over here, because we're going to need to put in that pool as well. So we got the pool, the cabinets, the kitchen, and the bathrooms. Then we can get you that price. He actually says that. So for me, I thought that was hilarious. To me, that makes me laugh. But all comparables are not the same. So for him, like I said, he always says when is construction going to begin, and he works backwards off of that. Number 5, again, I don't know your guys' average sales price, but one of the shock values that I don't think a lot of sellers realize is when you explain the buyer's payments to them. So for example, $700,000 is about the average in the market area that I live in. And so what I would suggest you guys do is whatever you think the pricing is when you're going in on that property, if it's $700,000, for example, say, okay, well, with 10% down, here's what you're basically looking at. With 10% down at 7%, with a little bit of PITI, there's an HOA of $80, and of course, you're gonna have the mortgage insurance with $10,000 down. So the payment's gonna be $5,800, Mr. Seller, on whoever's gonna buy this house with 10% down. Would you buy your house for $5,800 down, $1,500 a month? Most likely, you probably wouldn't. We have to deal with the reality that someone can't come along and buy your house for $5,800 a month right now. So those are just a couple of the tools that they are using. Again, you guys all have your own personalities. You all have your own style. Whatever works for you on the way you're doing it is great. But I do think that the payment is another great option. Okay, so another question that I would have for you guys is, where does your list price land? And what I mean, this is my advice to you guys. So if I have 50 homes on the market, and I'm looking at everything, and this is one of my favorites. I learned this early from a superstar that took me under my wing when I was just a little baby agent. And he said, Chuck, if you're looking at 4-bedroom, 2-bath homes with a 3-car garage, and there are 32 of them that came up in this particular area of Telluride, or came up in this particular area of Grand Junction, wherever you guys are, and you price it at this, and you are number 22, do you think your house is going to get shown? Where if you just make this little adjustment, Mr. Seller, if you just make the adjustment of $8,200, we can move you from being number 22 on the list up to being number 6. So instead of being 700,000, let's go for 691,500, because that's going to make you number 6. The amount of showings you're going to get by being in the top 5 or 6 properties is going to be dramatically different from being number 22. Does that make sense, Todd? You with me? Just that little adjustment in that sales price is going to bump you up to be in that top 5 or top 10. I mean, that's huge. All right, so that's a couple of ideas for you. Hopefully you find that helpful. That was not stuff Todd asked me to talk about. For those of you guys that were at Gen Blue, this is the material now that we are going to be talking about. And again, I am want to start out by saying that do not neglect expireds. Expireds are coming. In my market here in California, the average sales price about 8 months ago was 6 days, or sorry, the average days on market. Right now, it's at 90. So that fast, we have gone from being 6 days on market to 90 days on market. What that means is that there's going to be a lot of skilled agents out there that are going to excel, and a lot of newer agents, a lot of lazy agents, a lot of agents that don't answer their phones, that are going to lose their listings to them expiring because they didn't know how to get price reductions. They didn't know how to market that house. They aren't maximizing, all of the tools that Coldwell Banker has through List Track and through all of these different things to keep the sellers happy. So that being the case, I think it's really important that you put in some form of an expireds plan right now. Because you will be seeing expireds pop up. And again, it's no longer order taking. It is getting out there, rolling up your sleeves and working. In terms of FSBOs, there are still some FSBOs out in the market that are going to get cheap, as they always do. My advice to you on FSBOs is call them up, make an appointment, give them the line that, you know what, hey, I may have a buyer coming up for your property. Would you mind if I came through and just previewed your property so that I maybe snapped a few pics while I'm in there in case I get any buyers? That gives you the opportunity when you go out to these for sale by owners to build a relationship with that seller. And also let them know, if you need anything, I'm always here. Hey, I know you're not using me as your agent, but if you have any questions, any problems, any situations, I'm always here. Would you like me to give you a market analysis? Is there anything I can do to help? I'm not asking for you to give it to me right now. I just want you to know that I am available for you if you need me. So don't neglect expireds, and do not neglect FSBOs, because those are going to be the things that are going to make or break you in the future, and going to give you that opportunity to show what you're worth and show what you can do. And yeah, we got to get back in the trenches. So here we go. 15 fastest ways to a client. I saw the name of your theme, Todd, is about adjusting to the changing market. And it's funny because it's a constant adjustment. It's a constant changing market. It's for COVID. Oh my God! Oh wait, here comes COVID. COVID kicked ass. We're on fire. Oh my God! They just raised the rates. It's all over the place. So it's constantly changing. So these are the tried and true things that we need to do as business professionals to make sure that we are getting buyers and getting sellers. So here we go. Number 15 is complete client profiles. Now, what do I mean by that? I always say that I'll ask my agents, hey, show me, how many agents do you have in your A+ database, right? People that would potentially use you. And they'll, check, I got 75. All right, cool. Let me see them. Oh, well, I gotta, and I'm like, wait a minute. To me, they don't count as a client unless I have their phone number, their address, their email, their Instagram handle, their Facebook, all of those different details. And the reason is because you guys as agents, your marketing plan should be hitting on all of these things. Your marketing plan is not just making posts on Instagram. It's not just dropping something off at their house. It's all of those things. But how am I going to mail them a holiday card, guys, if I don't have their address and I only have their cell phone number? How am I going to ever send them a happy Thanksgiving text if all I have is their Instagram and their Facebook contact? I don't have their phone numbers. So by reaching out and having a complete client profile, number one, you're going to allow them to be put into your all levels of your marketing system. But more importantly, by doing that, you're actually reminding them that you are in the business. So just by asking these questions, you're reminding them. So these are the basic things to a complete profile. I'm sure you guys are all aware of this, but I just had to remind you because, again, we've been on a nice roller coaster ride for the last 2 years. So we got to get back on it. When I say slide into their DMs, you guys get that? Here's a perfect example. It could be like, again, I got my thing, hi, Dan, I'm sending out contact information for my favorite people. Hey, could you please message me your email and home address? I have good info I want to send you regarding this crazy real estate. Thanks again, and say hi to Valerie for me. The reason that I'm doing this is because you have people that when I go online, when I go onto my Instagram account here, like, why is she coming up? Why are these people coming up in my stories? What is happening? What's happening is these people are doing homework on me. They're researching me. They're checking my social media. They're doing all that sort of stuff. So they are already checking me out. That's why they're coming up at the top of my my algorithm, top of my Instagram, top of my Facebook. So you have a responsibility. When you see somebody coming up at the top of any of your media sources, you need to reach out to them immediately and ask them for their contact information, because they could be looking you up for a buy, for a sell, for whatever, maybe for a date. I don't know, who knows, but whatever, they're looking you up. That's the bottom line, right? So make sure that you are sending something out. And by me asking this question, I have good info I want to send you regarding this crazy real estate market. I'm not asking them for business, but I am reminding them that I am a real estate professional and that I am here. So here's number 14, updating your social media info. And I was going to try to come out and make it out with Todd to Kansas City last year with COVID, and we just had issues and other stuff going on. But my passion, my hobby, the love of my life is social media. I love her. She's so good to me. She doesn't talk back when I'm talking. But I love the social media pieces because they are so powerful. So when I'm telling you guys to update your social media info, this is our online persona scorecard. So the question is, if I were looking you up, right? If I were looking you up and trying to decide who I want to use to list my house, and I go onto your Facebook account, do I have all these things here? Is your phone number immediately there? Is your photo the same across your Facebook, your Instagram, your Google, your LinkedIn? Is your real estate, the fact that you are with Distinctive Properties, is it there? Does it show that I'm a real estate agent? Is realtor in my title? So there's all of these different things that you should have. So by updating all of your Instagrams and by updating your Facebooks and by updating your Googles, basically what you're doing is not only are you making sure that when they do Google you, that your information comes up, but more importantly, you are boosting yourself to the top of the algorithm, because every time you do any work on any of your social media, you are boosting your algorithm. So everyone in your, your sphere of social media, your Instagram crew, they're all going to see you, because as you do work in there, you're going to show up in the top of their feed. So please, please take a look back at your Facebook, take a look back at your Instagram, take a look back at your Google and your LinkedIn. And I want you to answer this question. If I were looking for a listing agent, would I use you? And even more importantly than that, and I want you to really ask yourself this question, all right? Pretend I'm a psychologist right now. Would you use you? That's the question. So if I look you up on Instagram right now, and I have a nightmare story, Todd, of one of my top tenors, and he's about 63 years old. He went over to this millennial guy's house, and the guy was 30, he was selling a condo, and he gets there, and the guy goes, hey, well, how skilled are you on Instagram? Tell me about your Instagram. And he goes, oh yeah, I'm on there. And he goes, oh, okay, thanks, JP, let's take a look. And he pulls up his Instagram right there on the listing appointment and starts going through all of his posts, start looking at his handle, starts looking at his description. You see over here, the reason I put Tara's up here, it's got her phone number. It's got what she does for a listing. It's got her link to her website so that they can look for property. It's got everything that you possibly need. And unfortunately, he goes, oh, okay, well, thanks for showing that to me, your Instagram to me. I appreciate that, JP. Have a good one. Shook his hand, he walked out, and the next day he listed with another millennial, because he doesn't know anything different. Old school shit doesn't work anymore, guys. It doesn't. If you show up with a listing book that's from you're in a manila folder, like, you're in trouble. If you're not showing up with Moxie, using the CBX format, showing exactly what areas, the buyers are coming from, and if they look you up on Facebook and Instagram, and if you're not dialed in, you are going to be a dinosaur. And I'm not here to sugarcoat anything for you guys. You have to take Facebook, Instagram, Google, and LinkedIn serious. If you don't, you're not going to make it. It's like not knowing math and English anymore. It's the truth. I mean, you have to know social media. Think as important as writing. It's that important. So sorry, Todd, I'm getting worked up. Sorry. All right, so I'll keep moving on. Okay, so again, here are some of the pages that you guys can look at, on how to maximize. This is her Instagram before. When we looked at her Instagram before, she literally got 1 point. She had glasses on. We couldn't tell, what her face looked like. I gave her 1 point from her photo, and it wasn't even clear. By the time we were done with her, you can see she has a clear professional photo. She has her phone number. She has her DRE. She has the link that she's a realtor here at Coldwell Banker. She has a mix in all of her posts, and we like to call it the top 9. If I ever come out to see you, Todd, I would do a class on the top 9, what to post and why. So when I log on to anybody right now, and when I go on to their stuff, the question is, what do I see in their top 9 photos? Is that the mix of the world that I want them to see? Is that explaining who Chuck Whitehead is and why you should use me? And I'm asking you the same question for yourself. So, obviously she has that score now. The next thing, one of my favorites, is social media polls. And hopefully you guys are all doing polls. That's another thing we do, Todd, in another class. Social media polls are huge. And the reason that they're huge is because it gives me the warm and fuzzies, because it actually is asking for business. So I'm going to give you an example of a social media poll that I think would be a good idea for you guys as real estate agents. This is one of my agents, Leif. I'm sure you guys have something somewhere in your companies or in your offices that you know about properties that are coming soons. Coming soons are my favorite. This is one that he listed. So we took that photo, I saved it. Once I saved that photo, right, it was in my camera roll. I went in and I selected stories. I chose it. And you guys know right there, there's the poll button, right? So anytime I create a story, you just go down and you click poll, right? So I'm going to go here. I'm literally going to put create story with the box, and I'm going to choose a poll. After I've picked that photo, And once I've done that, it asks you the question, and you can manipulate that question however you want. So this is the one, I want to see it first. I'm not interested. Call me. New listing in Marietta coming April 15th across the community pool and spa will go fast. This is just a perfect example of being direct, guys. And, a lot of us get in this habit of being passive. Oh, I'm going to do a mailer. Well, that's cool. And I do love mailers, and I'm a big fan of just listed cards, but what am I doing with this poll? With this poll, I am directly asking for business. Do you know anyone who might be looking for a good investment? Or are you looking for investment? I want to see it. I'm not interested, or call me now. I want this property. Now, if you post a property in Telluride or Grand Junction or a Steamboat that's coming up, and you put up this poll and somebody clicks on it that says, call me now, was it worth the 5 friggin' minutes it took you to make this poll? The answer to that is yes. So the question is, I'm not just asking you to put out hooks. I'm asking you to cast it right in. Literally directly ask. Now, am I going to ask for business all the time? No, I'm going to have a constant mix, right? So that mix is going to be personal. Hey, look how great I am, and look, I'm having fun. Here I am fishing, here I am doing this. By the way, you want to buy a house? And then I'll be like, oh, here I am. I went to the freaking Padre game. Oh, they lost. You want to buy a house? So it's like, you have to make your stuff so entertaining that they want to follow you. But secondly, you have to not be a pansy, and you have to be willing to just flat out put out the hooks. So right now, when I say 15 quickest way to get to a client, this is only number 13. That's how important I think this one is. It's in the top 15, but we're going to get really aggressive right now. Okay, really aggressive. So here we go. Number 12, ask for reviews. That's one of the most important things that you guys can possibly do, because most people are never getting past the first page of Google. They're just not. And they're finding you on Google. If they're not super close, super tight friends with you on Instagram and Facebook, they're going to hit you up there. Let me ask you guys this. If you were on a dating site, you're on Match.com or Plenty of Fish or whatever stuff you're doing, would you do your homework on that person? And what's the first thing you would do on that person, guys? You would Google them. I guarantee you'd Google them, right? So knowing you would Google them, they're Googling you. Right? So when they Google you, are you coming up on the right side of the page? Do you have reviews? Do you have all of your information complete? If not, you're going to get smoked by a millennial that will. And so again, sorry, Todd, I get a little excited about this stuff, but it works. It's real, right? Number 11 is wearing apparel and name tag. I mentioned at the Phoenix Gem Blue event, and I'll never forget this story, guys. I was at a coaching session. I coached my kids' football teams for their whole careers. And I was in eighth grade. My kid was in 8th grade, getting ready to go to high school. And I'm walking across the field in my last practice because I knew we were going to lose and weren't going to make it to the playoffs. That's okay. And I was having a moment, right? And I'm sitting there with one of my assistant coaches, and he works for the Justice Department. We're walking across the field, I'm looking out, and we're sitting there talking. And when you coach, guys, football or any sports, or you're a team mom, you guys know you spend so much time with those parents and so much time with those coaches that they're like blood brothers and blood sisters. So we're walking across the field, and he looks over at me and he goes, "Hey, Chuck, I got a question for you." And I go, "Yeah, man." And he goes, "What do you do for a living?" And I was like, oh shit, you did not just ask me that. You did not just ask me that question. I had assumed that he knew what I did, right? Now, my assistant coach that coaches the offensive line was a lender. So he used to show up in his shirts running across the field, with his American Financial embroidered shirt on all the time. "Oh, I'm late." I'm like, "Dude, I just saw you at the coffee shop. You've been sitting there for 30 minutes. You were late." He wore his apparel to practice, rolled up the sleeves just to make sure that the parents knew that he did loans. So you guys have to make sure, and what my suggestion to you is keep your name badge in your cup holder, in your car, every day. Keep it there. When you get in your car, you put it on. When you get home at night, you can take it off. No sooner, "But I'm at the grocery store." Yeah, we're aggressive. We like money, right? Who likes money, right? You wear that name tag. You wear that Coldwell Banker Distinctive Property shirts, anything you can do, the hats, everything to let people know what you do. You are a walking, talking billboard. And I don't want you to, what happened to me to happen to you, to be walking across that field and that guy me ask what I do. And I mentioned this, but he said, "Oh, you're a realtor?" I said, "Yeah." And he goes, and I said, "Yeah, we sell homes." And he goes, "That's so funny. I just listed my house last week." And I'm like, "Of course you did." He goes, "Yeah, we bought over in Bear Creek for $950. It's contingent. We got to get this house sold." I'm like, "Oh, good." So not only did I lose that sale and the one that he bought, but I lost his brother, his sister, his mom, his dad. Don't let that happen to you guys. Be a walking, talking billboard that you sell real estate. Okay. So that's number 11. Let's keep going. Number 10, social media posting. And I'm talking about consistency. And let me see it, sorry. And this is a whole class in itself, Todd, but you have to make sure, my personal opinion is that you are posting at least 2 stories a day, at least 2. I would prefer to see 5, but at least 2 stories a day and at least 2 posts a week, especially you guys. I'm talking to you guys specifically. We are the worst. You have to post. If you don't post for a week or 2, you're dropping out of the algorithm. You know how far I'm going to have to get to you? Like this girl, why is she coming up first? Because she's all over my stuff. It's a just sold. You go to the next one. Why are they coming up first? Because she's all over my stuff and she's posting constantly. I mean, all of these guys are realtors that are making it happen because they are consistent in their posts. The minute you stop posting, then you're in big trouble. Now, and it's not just posting, guys. It's good quality posts. Don't ever post a house without a picture in it. Don't ever post a house without a picture. And you're going to get 2 likes. It's going to be your mom and it's going to be Todd. Okay, those are the 2 likes that you guys are going to get, right? And the reason is because you've already dropped out of everybody else's algorithm because you showed a house last week that nobody cares about. Now, if I show a house, nobody's going to like it. But if I show a house with me out front, all right, people are going to like it. That's what I want to see you guys do. Like mix in your real estate agent, your real estateness with your personality. Then put the house in back. Don't post a house. So it's not just about being consistent. It's about being effective in what you're posting. And here's what I want to suggest to you guys when this is over. And I know you guys are all taking notes. So here's what I want you to do. All right. And I can see a bunch of you guys. So you better write this down. What you need to do is you need to spend some time this afternoon after your guys' business planning is done. And I want you to go through your phone and I want you to go through your Instagram and I want you to figure out which posts are kicking ass and which posts suck. Because that's going to tell you what your clientele, what your sphere, what your people like. So I want you to go back in there. I want you to pull up yourself and I want you to go through all of your photos and go, this one bombed. Why? This one killed. Why? Because if you post things with 2 likes, you're going to drop down so far in everybody in your sphere's algorithm that they're never going to see you again. Right? So that's just one of the things I wanted you to keep in mind. Number 9, pop buys. I really don't have to say, this is the only one, by the way, guys, the only one that you don't use from your phone. Every other one of these, you can run your entire business for your phone with the exception of pop buys, which is why we need their addresses. Pop buys are powerful. So knowing that Thanksgiving is coming up, I don't know if you guys are dropping off cheesecakes. I don't know, if what you're doing for your clients or if it's their birthday or you drop something off on, you drop off Super Bowl schedules or what, but it's important to drop something off on people's porches. I've always done See's candy at Christmas. I like that and I don't like it because I don't like it because they eat it and it's gone. But at the same time, it gives me something that I can take a picture of that See's candy on their porch. And then I can text them and say, hey, Todd, it's Chuck. Didn't want to bug you. Just wanted to let you know I left you and the family a little present on your porch. Hope you have a fantastic holiday season. Just something so that you can snap them a picture, let them know that you care, right? And make sure that you are highlighting it and reminding them that you are in real estate. So pop buys are extremely important, at least 1 to 2 days a year. And Todd, if anybody has any questions and wants to stop me, man, they're more than welcome. Okay. If you guys have any questions at all, let me know. I know I talk fast.
No, it's good. You guys just use the chat box and we'll get them in there.
Okay, perfect. And I can't see those on this computer, Todd. Okay, number 8 is keeping in touch. And I can see all the people in the Kansas City office, specifically the most on my computer right now. So I have a question. And I want you to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you, Todd. All right, so here's what I want to know. How many of you guys have sold a house in the last 2 years and have not talked to them since? Raise your hand if you've sold a house in the last 2 years and not talked to them since. You Kansas City people, I'm so proud of you guys. No one raised their hand. So that's fabulous. Aside from you guys who are amazing, who talk to your clients all the time, we have a problem that agents are guilty of getting that sale and disappearing and not keeping in contact. If you can keep in contact with them, it's going to pay off because you're constantly reminding them. I'm not asking you to call them and ask for business. I mean, once in a while you can, but I'm calling them just to check in. How you liking the house? How did the neighborhood work out? Is Johnny adjusting to the school? Blah, 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 whatever. Just a reason so that they can hear your voice. And remember, I sell real estate and I love you. You're fabulous. I'm really lucky that you worked with me. So that's number 8. Number 7, e-contact systems, your farm and your sphere. And I'm not just saying this. I have been with Coldwell Banker for my whole career. I have been with Coldwell Banker for 27 years. And I can honestly say, and I would put my word on it, that I'm going to give you a positive and negative. I hated Zap. I thought that the Zap platform for me was difficult. We had a lot of problems with our installation. I was not happy. This new system, the Moxie system and the eContact system that's in there, Moxie Impress and Moxie Engage, are the greatest systems I have ever seen in any form of real estate everywhere. I don't care about Chime. And I'm sorry, Todd, if you know, I don't know if you guys have had your install yet, but I don't care about Chime. I don't care about Elevated Network. I don't care about anything. The Moxie system that Coldwell Banker offers you for free is the best system I have ever seen in my career. And when I go all over the place, I'm actually preaching this one because, you know, when you take a listing, right, and you have Moxie, immediately I get within 15 minutes, I get a full list. I get my social media pieces, my just solds. I get my single property website. I get my flyers. I get my brochures emailed to me for free automatically within 15 minutes of putting my listing in the MLS. You can't touch that. Nowhere. And I don't have to do anything. It's all done and prepared for me. All I got to do is put my crazy picture on the front and upload it to the MLS. But if you are not optimizing the Moxie system or some system that when you take a listing, it's automatically emailing out to your sphere, my new listing, price reduction, just sold, you know, all those, or whatever system you guys are using, it's important that you are digitally keeping in contact with them. And we're getting back to where I started, guys. Pop buys, I need their address. Digital, I need their email. Cell phone, I need them to get my texts. Instagram, I need them to see my posts. All of those sorts of things. So it is a layered cake approach to what we need to be doing. And it's not complicated. I'm going to show you a calendar so that you can reach all those pieces, because it's overwhelming when I say all those things at once, but it doesn't have to be if you have the right system. And I'm going to show you. So
hold on, I have to interrupt you. Hold on one second. So
Please.
before I get all the messages,
Yes.
Moxie is in process. Some of our offices have them, and the rest are getting them.
It will be worth the wait. We just started our install, Todd, like I think the 17th. And we know hands down, it's going to take us until April to have the install done. I mean, it's going to take us 6 or 7 months. But let me tell you guys, you know, go to your leadership and try to be one of the people that can be the first ones to install. And there are so many classes through coldwellbanker.com, guys, or through the CBU and all that you can go to that, you know, you can learn this yourself. And once you get into the program, it's a joke how easy it is. Like once you get in, and I don't expect you to learn the whole thing, but the little things here and there. I mean, you know, all you got to be is sign on to the system and you get all that free marketing pieces right out of the gate. It's what we pay for as a franchise. It's why I'm with Coldwell Banker and why Todd is. We could be any franchise we want. We could be with Keller Williams. We could be with EXP. We could be with Century 21. We could be with anybody. I'm here for those tools. And I'm here for that name. And so make sure that in your 6-month plan, do not neglect Moxie. And right now, with the slow up in the market, this is the time for you to be logging into CB Desk, learning how to use ListTrack, learning how to use Buyer Locator. Sharpen your pencils right now. Use this downtime on your own to jump into CB Desk and learn some of these tools. I mean, Todd, do you guys use ListTrack very much? Do you know? Can I mention it?
Yep.
Okay, so ListTrack, for example, if you go into CB Desk and I log into ListTrack, ListTrack is going to show you every single view that I have had on any of my properties, and you can forward that to your seller automatically. It's going to have, you know, exactly how many people looked at it at Zillow in the last 30 days, exactly how many people looked at it through Trulia in the last 30 days, how many people through the MLS looked at it. Like those CB Desk tools are super potent. And I would love to come out too, Todd, if you guys ever need it, and just work with you guys on some of those tools, because anything for the distinctive family man, you guys are fabulous. So, and I know it takes a little while to get this stuff installed, but sharpen your pencils. This is the time. The next thing is that I want to ask you guys is, everyone has their hobbies. Some of you guys love Little League. You know, you have kids in Little League. Some of you have nieces and nephews that are doing it. Some of you guys love the Adopt-a-Pet. Some of you guys work in animal shelters. Some of you work in the chamber. Some of you work through Rotary International. Whatever it may be, I'm going to ask you guys to be a leader. And the reason that you want to be a leader is, and you don't want to just be the leader, you want to be the communications officer. You want to be the one that, so when I sign off, I say, you know, Chuck Whitehead, Coldwell Banker ABR, you know, and so by doing that, on my email signatures through the contact, I've got their phone numbers, I've got their emails. It's like a dream come true for real estate. It's the smorgasbord of opportunities for all of us, right, guys? As a leader, because we're gonna get all the contact information and tell people what we do. Here's another hint. 2 things. Number 1, Let's say that the uniforms come in and I'm the team mom. Well, I can give them to you Saturday, an hour before the pictures, at the Little League, pictures day. Or if you can swing by my office here in Kansas City, here's the address. I can give it to you Thursday afternoon. I'll be there. So I can either give it to you Saturday right before the game, or you can swing by my office and we'll give it to you right there. And then they come into your office, they look around. I'm looking at the pictures of your office, like the cool light fixtures and the colors you guys got going there. You should be bringing everybody you possibly can into your office to, number one, show off the office that you have, but number two, show them what you do. So make sure that you are having people come into the office. Third, and I mentioned there, second, I mentioned this in Phoenix, is how many of you guys are giving out thank you gifts, when the closing gifts, when it closes? Hopefully all of you guys are. They're like, oh, well, I do that. Well, that's fabulous. But let me ask you this. Are you having it sent to their house? Because that's a mistake. I want you to send it to their office. And what I mean is in a big giant box that's this big with a big bow on it. They open it up, it's a $100 Amazon card. I don't care. But you want to do something, a big thing of flowers, whatever, to make sure that when everybody's walking around their office, they're going, who sent you the flowers? Oh, well, my realtor did. Oh, well, that's pretty cool. My realtor didn't give me shit. You know what I mean? So you want to be the realtor that's bringing in the flowers, right? So that you can make sure that you can kind of rub it into everybody else. But most importantly, make your client look good and let them know that you're working with somebody cool. So when I'm saying be a leader, take advantage of those opportunities to have them come into the office, to get their contact information, and to be a leader out front and somebody that you can show off your dazzling personality, right? So, all right, here we go. Number 5. Like, comment, and DM. And I know for those of you guys who have hung out with me before, you know that I'm notorious for that. And what I mean is, I'm going to get harsh with everybody, Todd, and some of you guys have heard this before, but if I go online, if I go onto my Instagram right now, and here I am in my Instagram, and I see that this person right here, this Steve Black, who's doing his best to, give a speech. Then I'll go on to this person that's talking about the weather right now out of their house. If you go by anyone on Instagram or Facebook, and Todd, you've heard me say this, and you don't like their stuff, and if you don't comment on their stuff, here's what I want you to say. That person is dead to me. I don't ever want to see them again. I want them out of my life. So if I scroll past somebody and I don't like it, and I don't comment on it, I never want to see them again. I want them gone. I want them out of my feeds. I want them out of my life permanently. You might as well delete them because they're never going to see you anymore. Because what happens is the minute you don't like them, the minute you don't comment on them, the minute you don't reach out to them with a DM, you are dropped off of their algorithm forever. Okay. And your job is to stay out front. So when I say like, comment, and DM, I am asking you guys to actively spend 15 to 30 minutes every day going on and actually engaging with your clients. Now, you can love other realtor stuff, but if you do, you're going to be at the top of their feeds. That's not what we're necessarily looking for. Now, I do believe you should follow realtors with good social media and hijack some of their stuff, especially people from other parts of the country. But I'm interested in making sure that my clients see me first. And I've always joked that, when somebody puts a picture of their cat in a Santa hat, you're like, what in the hell? But the bottom line is, if they posted it, it was important to them. Does that make sense, guys? If they posted it, it was important that that person that showed the weather, they're looking for a comment. If I comment back and go because it's raining here in California today, which is why the power's out, Todd. First rain in like 6 months and the power goes out because I'm California, right?
It's power and nobody remembers how to drive. I know.
Well, I mean, everybody here is like, it's because it's voting day. Everybody, they're trying to get us not to vote. They're trying to control us. But whatever, who knows? But the bottom line in all this, guys, is I just want to make sure that you are not letting your clients go by because it's your job to stay at the top of their feed. But let me say this again. By commenting, and DMing their stuff, you're going to stay at the top of the feed. But if I'm posting junk, it doesn't matter. You have to post some exciting stuff, some interesting stuff, or you're going to drop anyway. And if you're not posting, you're going to stay at the top of the feed for what? For you to post nothing? You're not even going to be there. So that's why you got to be active with this stuff. All right. So let me keep charging here. Number 4, we're getting down to the nitty gritty, Todd. Well, let me keep going with this. When you do message someone or when you do comment, so like let's say, because I'm watching Todd's Tip Tuesdays right now, right? When you're doing these on Tuesdays, Todd. So when I'm looking at his stuff, if I go to make a comment on Todd's stuff, if I only make 3 words, it's not going to raise me to the top of the algorithm. If I comment 4 words on Todd's Tip Tuesday, then what's going to happen is I'm going to immediately go up to the top of his feed for like a week. So whenever you're commenting on anybody's post, 4-word minimum, to make sure that the algorithm keeps you at the top. 3 no, 2 no, 1 no, 4. By doing that, I can make sure that when they log on, I'm at the top. So also the important thing is when I do hit up Todd, I'm gonna be like, hey Todd, you know, because the last one he shot was in his car, right? I'm gonna be like, dude, what kind of car is that? I mean, I love the stitching or whatever. When you ask a question and when he comes back to me, now we're conversing online and we're actually having a conversation inside of the social media. By doing that, I'm going to be at his top of feed for like 10 days, right? Because they know that Todd and I have a connection. So just remember that your goal is a conversation, because to me, guys, a conversation is a conversion. Does that make sense? A conversation is a conversion. So make sure that you're using those 4 words. So hopefully that's helpful for you. So that's number 3, Todd. Number 5. Number 4, go to everything you're invited to. And this is my motto for the year. And so that's why I was at Gen Blue, and it worked out really good. I mean, I met a bunch of people. We got some leads. You know, I mean, my agents loved it. Everywhere you get the opportunity to be invited to, you need to go, because you never know who you're going to meet. Do I want to go to a couple's baby shower? No. Am I going to go? Yes. And every time I do, I'm happy. And I can guarantee you this right now. And I'm looking at you, Kansas City. Are you happy that you already logged on to Distinctive's business planning today? Are you happy you're here? Good. I can see you, and I see your hands going up, right? All you guys, good. The reason that that's important is because you owe it to yourself. We don't want to do things. We want to be lazy. We don't want to show up at stuff. But have you guys gotten a couple tips already today? You guys are going to crush it. I mean, I guarantee you use a couple of these things and all the other stuff Todd's got lined up for you guys, and you're just going to kill it. So go to everything you're invited to. And you know what? Wear that Coldwell Banker Distinctive Properties apparel. Let people know that you're a realtor. Wear your name badge. Don't be shy. Let people know what you do. You don't have to walk around saying, I sell real estate, I sell real estate. But if you have apparel,
Hi,
it's
this
just...
is Allie.
Hi, Allie.
Hello?
Hello.
Hi. How are you? Oops. Okay, Allie Rosenberg, I'm gonna pick on you now. All right, so that being the case, guys, it's just important that you go to everything, because remember, everywhere I go is about growing my sphere, because the people that I meet at that baby shower, I'm adding to my database. And I'm gonna ask them the magic question, you know, as we get into the conversation. By the way, who sold you your house? Oh, it was Allie, I don't know, what was it? Mine. You're mine. Right? The fact that you don't remember your agent, you're mine. I'm adding you to my database. You know what? And just out of curiosity, just real quick, would you mind if I grabbed your number? I'm going to send you my contact information in case you ever have any questions about real estate. Is that cool? So let me send you my contact card, right? What did I just do? I just got their phone number. That thing is worth its weight in gold. I got their phone number and they have my contact card, so that on Mondays and Fridays when I update my database, now I can go back and I can update them and add them to my database. I already know that they didn't remember the real estate agent's name. You're mine. Have you guys seen Wedding Crashers? I'll find you. I mean, I'm going to get you. Once I find out that your agent has dropped the ball and is not keeping in contact, you're mine, sucker. So anyways, okay, so there's number 4, going to everything you're invited to. Number 3, texting. The most important, powerful, king of all media things that you can possibly be doing with your phone is texting. And I want to talk to you about texting on a personal level, and I want to talk to you about texting on a business level. So here's what I mean. First off, let's just start out with a business text. Now, business texts don't work unless I have been texting them personal. And so for my social media kind of recipe, I believe it should be personal, personal, business. Personal, personal, business. It's the same with texting. Personal, personal, business. So I'm going to start out though with a business text that I would be sending out to Todd. So if I'm looking, and I live in Steamboat, and I know Todd's on my client list, here's the text that I would send him today. Hi Todd, help. We have a young couple looking for anything around 800,000 in Steamboat. We've seen everything on the market. Could you let me know if you have any friends who may be looking to sell? Say hi to Shannon and be safe. Smiley face. Now, let me ask you guys the question. Was that aggressive? Did that look like I'm being super salesy, or am I asking for their help? So by me reaching out to Todd, right, and saying, help, we have a young couple looking for anything around 800,000 in Steamboat. We've seen everything on the market. Could you let me know if you have any friends who may be looking to sell? Say hi to Shannon. It was personal. I said, say hi to Shannon. I basically let them know that I am in real estate, and it's all of the factors that need to be in that recipe where you're not saying, do you want to buy a house? It's me saying, do you know anybody? Just out of curiosity. So hopefully you guys like that one. If you do, great. If you don't, you have a problem, and there we'll figure that out. All right. So next we've got the personal texts. Here's one that I put together for Thanksgiving. If you do not send this out for Thanksgiving, I am going to kill you. No, I'm just kidding. I'm going to be very upset. All right. I'm going to all the way from California. You're going to feel my vibe, because I talk to people all the time and I say, well, hey, how many things did you send out for, for Halloween? Did you text your top 30, and say something along the lines of like, hey, Todd, this is Chuck. Just wanted to say happy Halloween. And I had a scary thought, you buying real estate from someone other than me. And you send a little scary pic, right? So hopefully all of you guys text out your at least top 25 people on Halloween. This is one for Thanksgiving. Hi, Todd, happy Thanksgiving. And since it's Thanksgiving, I wanted to send out a special thanks to you personally for always supporting my career and personal life. I hope you, Shannon, and the boys have an awesome day. I'm not asking for business. I'm just letting Todd sincerely know that he is on my mind, that I care about him, that I know that he has boys, and that I actually care. So you guys, I'm asking you personally to text your top 25 or your top 35 and ask them, and don't ask them for business, just specifically say, I just wanted to say thanks for keeping me in mind and for always supporting me in my business. It means a lot. Have an awesome day with the family. Now, let me ask you guys this. Would you get any juice off of sending out 50? Do you think you'd get any business off of sending this text to 50 people? That's my question for you.
Oh, no, of course not.
No, of course not. Of course not. It's a waste of time. But I'm just trying to give you stuff so you don't have to look like that aggressive salesy person, Todd. You know what I mean? Like, people don't want to come in and constantly be just flat out, you know, anybody wants to sell a house, with commission breath. I'm saying, hey, I love you. I'm here. And then in my business text, I'm saying, could you help me out, bro? That's it. So that is number 3, just being friendly. Here we go. We're down to number 2, Todd. Now it's getting to the nitty gritty, man. The stuff that's going to make you guys crush it. All right. I was sitting in, well, I'm not going to get ahead of myself. Here is my new favorite. And I don't know if like you guys are all still mask crazy and you guys are dealing with all that stuff out there. If you are, hey, I totally understand. And if you got sick people, I'm great. But let me tell you, COVID has chilled a lot here in Southern California. Rarely, I'd probably say, Todd, maybe 2 out of 100 are wearing masks now. If you go to the baseball games, the Padre games, they are sold out with, 30,000 people behind them waiting to get into that game. So the bottom line is it has changed. It is a social environment again. So what are you doing to get yourself back out there? These guys they're dying for something to do, somewhere to go, and somebody to hang out with. So here it is. Number 2, my number 2 favorite thing for you guys to be doing, it's housewarming parties. So my question is, the last house you guys sold, right? You represented a buyer. You sold him a house. Now, what if I followed up with this? Hey, Todd, this is Chuck. First off, man, are you liking the house? Is everything cool? Okay, great. I got a big favor, man. I want you to know how much I appreciate you, and I want to sponsor the taco truck for your housewarming party. Can I do that for you, man? And when are you thinking about doing it? In 2 weeks, 3 weeks? I want to sponsor that taco truck for you, man, because I want you to know how great it was to work with you and how much I appreciate you. Is that cool? So would you like to do it next Saturday or the following Saturday? So what did I just do? I told Todd I love him. And not only that, I'm going to bring a taco truck. I'm going to be there, right? And I am going to make best friends with every single one of Todd's clients, of Todd's friends. So I am it's a plethora. It's like just everything I ever wanted in my life, a whole handful of clients with Todd telling people that they love me. And did their real estate agent get them a taco truck and throw him a housewarming party? Nope. Did you? You're damn right you did. You know why? Because you're a badass. So anyways, I just want to suggest that you guys consider throwing some form of a housewarming party, but it's $500. Check in the market's tight. You know what? Stop being a cheap ass. Spend some money on your business. This is a place that'll work. Okay, sorry. Number 1, Todd, here it comes. You guys ready? Everybody sit down. Do we know what it is? I'm sitting in, you'll love this story, Todd. I'm sitting in the Gen Blue, right? And we're talking about this particular item. And I said, how many people in this room have been in the business less than a year? 9 people raised their hand. Back in the corner, there's one. I just randomly picked one girl and I said, okay, you right there, that girl. I said, how long have you been in the business? I've been in there for 11 months. And I said, and how many open houses are you sitting a week right now? She said 6. She's sitting 6 open houses a week, Todd. And I said, awesome. And I said, and how many escrows do you have? How many transactions do you currently have under contract right now? 10. less than a year in the business. This rookie has 10 deals in escrow and is still sitting in open house for at least 3 hours a day. Now, there are rookies on this call that are going to eat your lunch, because guess what? You're fat and happy. You've been sitting back, cashing checks and doing everything that you can. And just now all of a sudden you're starting to get a little panic, but you still got a few bucks left. So you're like, I'm still okay. Look to your company and look at the top producing newbies and do what they do. They don't know any different. They came into this market and they're hustling. You have to do the same thing. And that's why open houses are always where it's at. You could drop me in Steamboat. I'd immediately come work for Todd. And when I'm in Steamboat, I'd sit 5 open houses a week until I had at least 8 escrows going. That would be my whole goal, Todd. And I guarantee you, dude, I could do it inside of 4 months. You guys that are sitting 1 open house every 4 or 5 months, or every 4 or 5 weeks, and you're crying that your business isn't kicking butt, it's because you're not doing them all the time. If you want to make it, you need to be sitting 2 weeks, but I'm not going to sit one on a Wednesday. Why not? A buyer that is coming to visit you on a Wednesday is a serious buyer. And I want to give Todd, and I know I'm starting to run over, but can I give a few hints on open houses? All right. So some of the things that I think are important for open houses. Number one, the number of signs that you put out will equal the number of groups that you will have through your home. So if I put out 3 signs, I'll get 3 groups. If I put out 5 signs, I'll get 5 groups. If I put 10, most likely I'm going to get 10 groups. So open house signs are key. Front of the properties, back of the properties, way into the property over here. This street, you can also get into this way. You can get into this way, whatever. Just load it up with open house signs. Number 2, and this is the best part, guys. This is where all these other agents that aren't you are lazy right now. Because, oh, Thanksgiving's coming and Christmas is coming and I don't have to work. I'm going to chill. This is the time, man. This is the time to put the pedal to the metal. Why is it the time to put the pedal to the metal? Because a buyer that comes through an open house right now is worth 5 buyers that come through on a nice sunny day. People that are looking for properties during the holidays are serious. You want those people. Those are legitimate buyers. And let me tell you, don't let Mr. Seller tell you that I'm going to pull it off, till we're done with the holidays. BS, Mr. Seller. Number 1, time is not your friend. Number 2, the buyers that we get that are going to come through right now are gold. We need to get that property up during the holidays because that's the time when the serious people are out. The next thing, but they go out to open houses, and I don't know if you guys get this, all you managers on the call, but they come up to me and they're gonna be like, Chuck, you're not gonna believe it. I had such a successful open house. And be like, well, what happened, dude? What happened? And they're like, I gave out 10 cards today. And I'm like, oh, that's great. Well, how many cards did you collect? How many people did you get their information? Well, none, but they'll call me. And I'm literally like, what the fuck? I have to control myself. I'm like, they're not going to call you, dude. Our job at open houses is to collect information, not to give out my cards. They're not going to call you guys. So, a lot of you guys have these issues too. Like they never call me and I'm upset, or you get a couple people's info, but they never follow up. Now, here's my favorite thing to do. And if you guys have ever, and I do have a book, Todd, it's called 11 Commandments of Real Estate Sales. But if you guys read it, one of the things I talk about is the root beer float method. And the root beer float method is before I ever go out and sit an open house, I make sure that I have a couple bottles of root beer and I make sure that I have a couple little half gallons of vanilla ice cream and some cups and spoons. And then when people come in, normally what happens, hey, could you want me to show you around the house? No, we're just looking, peasant real estate agent. But what if you go like this? Hey kids, you guys want a root beer float? Yay! Right? And then what happens? The kids are like, let's go! And the parents are like, oh shit, and then they're following you into the kitchen. You got them. You got them. Right? So here's what happens. You walk over to the freezer, So opening the lid, you get your scooper. Where are you guys from? And then you're scooping in a thing. Oh, so how long have you been looking? Oh, really? Well, now, do you have anything you have to sell? Okay, well, hang on a minute. So kids, do you guys want a little bit or a lot? Whatever. And then so what am I doing? By doing something like the root beer float method, guys, it gives me the opportunity to build a relationship with those people. If I get the time, and you can use all of your guys' dazzling personalities, then what's going to happen? You're going to be able to build that relationship. And that's the key. I go on all these open houses and yet they never call me. Well, guess what? Did that last realtor at the open house give your kid a root beer float? Nope. All right. So it's, and you have to be a little bit careful with that, right? Because you don't want to step on any toes. But it's not being pushy. It's just a way for you to have an opportunity to have these conversations with people. The other thing I want to say is, don't have your your open houses in bum F Egypt. Okay, because it's really important that you guys make sure that you try to get relatively main thoroughfare properties. Because if you got to take a left and a take a right, take a left and a take a right and a take a left and take a right, they're not going to show. Make it easy. Sit the high profile properties, because once you get them through the door, your dazzling personality and the root beer floats are going to get them. So just a couple of ideas for open houses. So again, my advice to you guys, sorry, you got to get off your butt. You got to start sitting an open house or two, at least one a week, because I know you guys want to all be winners, and that's what it's going to take to do it. So there was number one. Okay, so just a couple more things, and this is what Todd was talking about before that I'm like a nut about, and so it sounds overwhelming, right? Because you have to text them. I have to make sure that I am doing pop buys occasionally. I have to make sure that my digital stuff is going out to them. I have to make sure that I am following their social media, that I'm liking, that I'm commenting, that I'm DMing, that my Google's up, that blah, blah, blah. Yeah, it's a lot of stuff. So you have to kind of create a way to make sure that you are doing minimal tasks every day that are going to give you what I like to call the backbone of your business. And so this is our calendar, Todd. And this calendar is what we put out every single month for our company. And so, for example, I'm going to give you guys some examples up here on Small Business Saturday. So I'm just going to give you guys some examples. If you have a friend who is an electrician or a DJ or runs a taco shop, or something, on Saturdays, you should put your arm around him, grabbing a taco, saying, you know what, Mikey makes the best tacos in Telluride. And I had to send a shout out to this guy. He makes the best tacos, this dude right here. Now, what am I doing? I'm tagging his business and I'm tagging him. So by doing so, I'm supporting him, and I guarantee you, he will support you back. So by every other Saturday, which is on my calendar, highlighting one of my friends, hey, you know what? See this fan right here? Billy Bob hung this for me. Billy Bob's Electrical is the absolute best business ever. They hung this for me in 2 hours. Love you, Bobby, or whatever. So by highlighting a different business every other Saturday, by you supporting them, they will support you. And when you tag them, you get to be in front of their social media audience. And you send them a text first, hey man, I'm highlighting your business today. Just want to let you know how much I appreciate you. That's it. You're done. You're out. That is your whole job for Saturday. Can you do that? Just take a picture of a freaking light fan with you in front of it and say, Billy Bob Electrical, I love you. Done. It will pay off for the rest of your career. Another one would be sending 3 personal texts. We talk about that. So on the 15th, for example. Another one would be texting your top 15 on Thanksgiving, or your top 25 on Thanksgiving Day. Hey, Todd, this is Chuck. I know it's Thanksgiving, so I wanted to take this time to thank you for always supporting my business. Hope you, Shannon, and the kids have a great day. Chuck. Done. 25 people. Can you do that? Will it pay off? You tell me. All right, so let's see another one. Requesting 2 reviews. I am a fanatic about you guys requesting your Google reviews. But again, if you don't have your Google set up properly, and if it is not dialed in with lots of photos, and a nice bio and your phone numbers and your details and your links and all that sort of stuff, then it doesn't matter. You need to set up your Google, but hopefully you've already done that. And you have your shared link that you can do that, right? So another thing, on Wednesdays, we suggest, 2 reviews. Whenever you see these red ones here, Todd, I'm talking about like, commenting, and DMing for 15 minutes. So every day, if you'll notice, that's on here every day. I do not give one day off for like, commenting, DMing. When you're watching your Netflix, all right, when you're watching, Jon Snow run around, or, you're watching whatever it is, all you got to do is go on your phone. By doing this, while you're watching TV, and you go, why are you always on your phone? Honey, I'm working. You're working and watching Netflix. On social media, watching Netflix. It's a good night, right? But so just make sure that you're being intentional with your Instagram, right? That you are intentional when you're on your Facebook. You're looking at who you're commenting, you're using 4 words, and you're asking questions. Let me see if I have any more. When you see the blue ones on this calendar, those are the national days, highlight days. Like, for example, the 16th is National Fast Food Day. Even if I was a billionaire, this is a true story. Even if I was a billionaire, I'd still be eating my soft taco supremes from Taco Bell, whatever, right? So it's just important that you are posting something, Chuck, I don't know what to post. It's right here. You can go on and get these national calendars of holidays anywhere, right? So that would be an example of something to post. So all these different days, National Authors Day, I love, the Paul Coelho. I love his book, The Alchemist. So I'm just going to highlight that book for that day. My favorite author, one of them. Rich Dad, Poor Dad, Kiyosaki, whatever, right? Just make sure that you're putting your face in a picture of a book pointing at the author. So I got to do for that day. Social media personal post, that's what I'm talking about too. Like, some of these are going to be personal, some of these are business. the small business post that's a business post. Me, like hopefully you guys that are in Kansas City right now, you're all taking a picture saying, you know, hanging with my homies, learning the best in the business so that I can serve my clients better. That's a business post, taking a picture with you in that awesome office in the back, right? So just things like that. Sending 3 ask for business texts, you know, and I don't think I did any of the, oh, I did, Todd, right? That was, hey, Todd, this is Chuck. I need your help. I have some friends looking in Steamboat up to 800,000. We've seen everything on us. Do you know anybody who may be looking to sell? So that's the business text. But if you notice, send 3 texts. Your homework for one day, 3 texts and a post. Can you handle that? But it's more than many agents are doing now. More than many agents are doing now. So Todd, I'm not here to pitch anything, but I do have that coaching thing where I go on every day for 4 to 5 minutes and I go over the daily tasks. And I'm not trying to pitch that, but if you guys ever want to go to chuckwhiteheadshow.com, you can check it out. Whatever. So here's my link. I brought this for everybody. Todd, if you guys want to walk up to the monitors, and if you guys want to just run your thing over your camera over this, everybody gets the November calendar if you'd like to have it. So it's got what to do on Veterans Day, whatever. So just walk up to the monitor, turn your camera, put it on there, and you guys can have the November calendar. Just my gift to you guys. Hopefully you can probably almost reach across the room, and just follow it for the rest of the month and watch you kick ass. But you owe me a favor, Todd. If they get a lead off of their personal text or their ask for business or their Google, you have to tell me that they got something in escrow. Or sorry, I don't know if you even know if you guys call it escrow. You got a transaction under contract, right? So there it is. A couple more things real quick. Don't worry about this, don't worry about this, don't worry about that, don't worry about that. Okay. Next, I mentioned the Google profile. This is the last thing I'm going to ask. Don't forget the importance of your Google profiles. Don't forget this. 70% of consumers believe that a 90-day or older profile is irrelevant. If I'm going to go to Hawaii, I'm not going to look at a review from 7 months ago. I'm going to look from a review that somebody did yesterday. When your clients are looking on whether or not they want to list with you, they are not going to look at stuff from 2 years ago. They're going to look at one that was yesterday or last week or last month. If you don't have any reviews that have been on there for the last 6 months, you're dropping the ball, guys. And last but not least, just remember that fresh reviews and you responding will keep you at the top of the Google algorithm. My girl, Lori Robinson, in my office, updates her Google once a week, has never spent $1 on Google. Anytime anybody Googles Canyon Lake, California real estate, she comes up first, and she has 8 closings in the last 12 months off Google just by updating her Google and responding to her clients' reviews. So that's that. And again, the front picture of your Google, make sure that it doesn't look like this. Don't let Google pick the front picture. This is Corey Bryant. Corey Bryant I asked her, she came and sat with me. I said, let's get you going right away. And she sent out this text. Hey, Chuck Whitehead, hope life is good. I'm texting you to ask for a Google review. I know we haven't done any real estate business yet, but I was hoping you would leave me a personal/professional reference. Was thinking about who I trust most to do this for me, and I thought of you. I appreciate it. And this is her picture, same picture that she has on Instagram, on Facebook, on LinkedIn, right? So she's uniform across the board. And she sent this out to 100 people. And Todd, you're going to love this, dude. She had 36 people give her a review in one day. 36 people reviewed. And here's the kicker, guys. The amazing thing about Corey Bryant, guess how many real estate sales she's had in her career? 0. She has never sold a property. She came in on day 1 and she sent this out to everybody that she knows from past jobs, working at the dentist's office, blah, 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 and got 36 people to review you. I can when I get off work. Yes, of course, love. Yes, of course. Done. Love you, killer. Yes, I can absolutely do that for you. Flat out letting everybody know that she's in the business and bulking up her Google review account. Gives me the warm and fuzzies. It just does. All right. Last but not least, I'm asking you guys for a review. If you guys like this stuff, all I'm asking for you to do is put your camera over this. Once you do it, it'll automatically go to my Google page and give me a review. I do this because I love Todd, but I obviously, you know, I'm always working on my calendar and my fun stuff too. All I'm asking for you guys is a few reviews. If you got something out of today, you owe me. So give me a review, guys. So there it is. Just put your camera on it and you can just post whatever you want. If you want to say nice, wonderful things, that'd be great. If you're going to give me a 1-star, all right, Todd, you don't make a review.
Forget my number, right? If it's a 1-star, forget my name. Yes. My name is Todd.
Todd.
My name is Jeff Renevere.
So that's it, dude. That's everything.
Oh man, you are amazing. All right, well, let's hang out here for just a few minutes if you've got a couple of minutes, and let's field some questions.
Okay, let me unshare my page for you.
You got the chat, right? You got the chat. Well, yeah. First, everybody blow him up. Let's blow him up right now.
Thank you.
Just like we were at Gen Blue, for those of you at Gen Blue, we had a moment. We had a moment at general session when we had a gal who had lost her 9-year-old daughter, Carson. And she was talking about how every Christmas, the kids in the elementary school that Carson went to did a Coins for Carson, and they raised every single year $15,000. And they had pulled up on the big screen, and it showed that Coldwell Banker had donated at the event. Okay, it was just this one day, had donated $3,000. And Ryan Gorman came out and said, we can do better. And over the next however long, the agents that attended the St. Jude or the Gen Blue raised over $100,000. They completely and totally blew up the donations. That's what I want for Chuck right now. Let's blow them up. I think we've got 200 or so, 112,000. Thank you.
Nice.
We've got 200 plus people on this between individuals and
Awesome.
watch parties. So
Awesome.
if you'll just take 30 seconds to do that, I really appreciate it.
Thank you guys. Thank you guys.
So,
But
Chuck,
yes.
I do have a couple here. All right, thoughts on holding open houses of listings from agents not in your office?
Well, is it the same company?
No.
So, well, I mean, I don't know what your policy is on that, Todd. I mean, but if you're trying to break into a farm and if Todd's okay with it, if you guys are okay with it, hey, you sit whatever you can to get clients because we're in it to win it. And wherever you got to go, whatever you have to do to get buyers and sellers, well, not whatever, but you guys know what I mean. I'm in, do it. All right. Just get aggressive. Get aggressive. And if that's what you got to do, because you don't have any local listings or it's an area you're trying to farm and that agent's dopey enough to let you in there, do it. Do it.
Yeah, that would be the thing for me. What's wrong with that agent that they are letting you in there?
For sure.
Because that is in a direct competition with you or them owning the farm. So if you can figure it out, that's awesome.
Hey, and Todd, can I add one more thing real quick?
Yeah.
I just want to tell you guys, and I'm not kissing Todd's butt, but I sure hope you guys know how lucky you are because I've spent a lot of time with Todd and he is constantly trying to learn and constantly trying to bring you guys the best speakers and constantly trying to bring you guys the best material. And, I see business plannings and things like this, like you realize other companies don't do things like this. And so I just want you guys all to know how lucky you guys are to be with Distinctive. And I mean that from the bottom of my heart, because I've worked with a lot of companies and you guys are lucky to have this crew that you guys have here at Distinctive, out front leading for you guys and giving you all the tools that you have. So I just wanted to throw you that bone, Todd, because it's real, man. I mean, you're a great guy. You're always trying to, make everybody better. And I appreciate that, dude.
Thanks, buddy. I appreciate that.
No problem.
All right, what do we got? You've got free access to Chuck. What's your question?
Here's a typical one. Should I have a business Facebook page? That's a very typical question that I am asked. I believe that you cannot hide. The only reason that you need to have those business Facebook pages, for me, it's to use the Coldwell Banker social ad engine or any ads that you want to take. Don't try to necessarily draw eyeball, and you can share from there to your main page or the opposite. But remember, people want to know who you are. They want to know what you are about, and be authentic on your personal page. If you love horses, work with horses. You will attract those sorts of people. Like, you could run your entire business from your Facebook and Instagram. I don't think a business page is that important because you're never going to get much of a following on it anyway. So that's a question that one of your people asked me actually at Gen Blue, Todd.
Great.
So
Love that.
Anything else? Are we good?
I think we're good. Thank you for jumping through some hoops. I know that was a little bit stressful.
Hey, it's okay as long as you don't mind me being
always,
at home.
Dude. No, not at all. Love. Look forward to seeing you next time, buddy. And again, thank you.
All right, thanks, guys. I'm out. Have a good one. Hope to see you guys all soon. Take care.
All right, everybody, we are going to now break for lunch. So go get fat, get happy. We'll be back here in about 29 minutes to get back started with the one and only Jeff Renevere, Baby Rennie, as we affectionately call him, the national championship Missoula, Montana Grizz. Sorry again, Cat fans. See you in 29 minutes.
Whoa. Guys, give me a thumbs up if you can hear me right away. Jimmy, can you hear me? A-okay? Excellent. Hey, guys, are you kidding me? How amazing was Chucky Whitehead, by the way? That guy was awesome. He cracks me up. That was the second time we heard that similar deal in Gen Blue, and it was absolutely incredible. Why is it that I have to follow the guy, the Energizer Bunny, for Pete's sake? I mean, granted, yes, we all know I have a skosh bit of energy, but oh man, like he's gonna put me to like that just. Anyways, lots, and I mean lots to unpack with that. There's never a dull moment with Mr. Whitehead. I'm so grateful that you guys all got to hear that, and hopefully there's a couple nuggets that you took out of that and that you guys will be able to immediately apply into your business here moving forward. So what an incredible first half of our day, by the way. Absolutely incredible. So much there, from setting the table to Jimmy and the numbers. Like, one of the big aha moments in our group was, yeah, I guess I didn't realize how many calls I have to make. And it's not a lot. How many connections I have to make, because it's not a lot. And hopefully you guys had a similar moment as that. But going back to the table analogy, is there anything worse than when you're at a coffee shop or some outdoor restaurant or a sports bar or something along those lines, and the damn thing wobbles just enough to where your coffee like actually like sort of spills out a little bit, or like it drives me bananas. It's like even the stack of coasters that you put under there, or you fold up the napkins, it just still is never right. So Todd, thank you so much for setting the table for us between faith, family, finance, and fitness. Hopefully you guys were able to pull some stuff out of there, and you've identified what those four legs look like and how you're going to improve, if you will, those areas in your life. And then we're going to sprinkle in a little bit of real estate gold, right? Like, I got to be able to fund all of this. I think that was very, very powerful and impactful. And then bam, we're done, right? Like, we have all the stuff that we're going to talk about. We have all the things that we're going to implement. We have our goal. We have our life figured out until we don't. And what do I mean by that? So I'm a dreamer by nature. I mean, similar to what Todd was sharing, I remember when I was selling real estate that like I was convinced, I said, if I could only sell Tiger Woods a piece of property, he would tell all his golfer friends, and they would all be my favorite people, and they would all only use me. And I would be jet setting to some remote island. Like, guys, I literally had these thoughts in my head when I was like in my early to mid 20s. And you have these dreams and you have these goals and you have these visions for yourself. But when you don't have any sort of backbone or backstop or anything behind it to help get you from point A to point B, and for me, I figured out one of the biggest things for me was I lacked discipline. I didn't like discipline in learning this or doing that. I like discipline in the everyday thing, okay? The everyday thing in real estate. And like a lot of you, we're gonna unpack some stuff right now. But a lot of you are gonna say, I do that, I do that, I do that, I do that. But it's the fifth one that you're like, I don't do that. I don't do that consistently. Hopefully, right after this, you're gonna be like, I'm ready to rock and roll. And so guys, before I dive into your schedule, that's what it is. This is your schedule. This is a full-blown disclaimer. This is not exactly fun. It's not exactly sexy. It's not exactly cool. However, it is required in order for you to hit those dreams, those goals, that financial plan that you have in place that we previously identified earlier today. There's this saying, nobody wants to know how the sausage is made. They just want to enjoy the sausage. So right now, guys, sounds silly, we're going to make some sausage. All right, so let's rock and roll. So we only need 5 ingredients to make our sausage. Okay, we need 5 ingredients that we're going to do every single day to make the best damn sausage in the world. And by world, I mean your life. Okay, so let's not add a pinch here or eyeball here. These are very precise measurements to the T. Ingredient number 1, drum roll, please, because I know you know what it is. It's prospecting. Yes, guys, prospecting. My ultimate goal for you is to be able in 3 to 6 months literally of consistent prospecting, you will, when asked, know the answer to this question. How many connections do I need in order to close a transaction? Yes, I want to know. Jimmy gave you the benchmark of 50 to 1. But wouldn't it be awesome if your number was 27.2 to 1 or 19 to 1? Maybe it's 100 to 1, but at least you know your number. The minute you know your number, the quicker it is that you're gonna be able to get over that hump, right? There's a saying, how do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time. It's this type of metric, guys, that will make your jet setting goal an absolute reality quicker than you think. Number 2, education. Yes, education. Able, always be learning everything. Would you all agree that the market has changed? Would you all agree if we are smart, we should be concerned? If you answered yes to both of those, you too may be thinking, what skill set do I need right this second? What scripting do I need to have? What is getting and preventing me, getting in my way of doing exactly what I just already established I was going to do, right? In order to prevent my business from taking the step back, I do not want that to happen. So personally, I see this market as an opportunity for growth. Both growth is unlikely if we are not prepared, right? If we are not prepared, chances are our growth is not going to happen. So we've identified, and now we have to solve the problems that people have, whether they know about it or not. Education right this second is more critical and crucial than it ever has been. And that includes the last 2.5 years. I promise you that. Like, guys, commit to this learning, right? Find a podcast, read a book, learn new scripts, whatever it is. Maybe it's all of it, but put it on your calendar and just simply do it. Chuck talked about it just probably 45 minutes ago. Guys, sharpen those pencils. Number 3, marketing. Hopefully you all got your cameras out and you took a picture of that QR code, because that's your marketing plan, right? There's a social component. There's a just connecting with your people component. There's a mail piece component, whatever it is, right? I don't think I need to really say anything too much more, except that, guys, the answer is yes. You do it all, right? You do it absolutely all. Is it properties? Is it lifestyle? Is it video? Guys, the answer is, at the end of the day, absolutely yes. Here's some statistics for you. And I was teasing Emily. I shouldn't say teasing Emily. I was talking to Emily and I'm like, if Jimmy talks about it, I'm going to jump through the screen. I'm going to punch him. If Chuck talks about it, I'm going to jump through the screen and I'm going to talk to him. Here's the thing, guys. 85% of people do research on you before choosing a real estate agent. I'm going to say that again. 85% of people do research before choosing a real estate professional. This is your digital footprint here, okay? 57% of those folks make the decision prior to even speaking to an agent. What? 57% of people actually make the decision to work with you before they even pick up the phone and talk to you. They spend 79 days on average gathering data on you. So Chuck alluded to it. If your Facebook sucks, if you got some random post from when you were in college, Cabo, not good, take it down, right? All those things. They spend all those days doing research on you. So how are you showing up on social media? 72% to 84% are only contacting one agent. Huh? 70+% of people are only contacting one agent. So how are you putting yourself out there, right? So marketing, guys, follow that calendar, the social media calendar. He talked about the algorithm. He talked about the 4-word sort of cheat code, if you will. Get back into doing your geo farming, but not just sending the mail piece, right? There's more to all of this. Work with our marketing team, because guess what, guys? They went to school for this stuff. Guess what, guys? They will help you build a plan. Guess what, guys? They will execute on that plan with you as well. Number 4, appointments. I think by now you've seen a trend, right? The more appointments we go on, the more deals we put together, right? These are coffee appointments. These are lunch appointments. These are, let's grab a glass of wine, a beer. It doesn't matter. They're also buyer consultations. They're also listing appointments. I can't believe I'm going to say this. they're also showing property. What? It's hard to hit a transaction goal if we aren't actually doing the things buyers need us to do, and that's to show properties. Number 5, delivering exceptional service. There is a resort or a restaurant, excuse me, in Las Vegas that my wife and I absolutely love. It's a great steakhouse. It might not be the best, but it's a really, 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 really amazing experience. Like, it's unmatched. And I know Sarah's probably going bananas in Grand Junction because she used to be in the food and bev world in Las Vegas. But I'm telling you what, guys, the minute we walk into this restaurant, you feel like royalty. You feel like you own the entire restaurant. We like the food, but we love the experience. Never, ever, ever, ever forget that. And Shawnee later is going to be talking about some of those different things. But the truth of the matter is this, guys, exceptional service is something you will always pay for, including a higher commission rate. So now we got all 5, right? So we got prospecting, we got education, we got marketing, we have the appointments, and now we're going to deliver on truly exceptional service. Sarah, the restaurant is Barry's downtown. It's at the Circa. Great steakhouse. Like I said, even better exceptional service. So each of you should have a blank schedule in front of you. And this is going to be a working little deal right here, okay? And I'm trying to find mine right here in your packet, okay? So we got all 5, right? Prospecting, number 1. There's a reason it's number 1, guys. Number 2, it's education. Always be learning everything. Number 3, it's marketing. Number 4, it's appointments. And number 5, it's delivering exceptional service. So each of us have this. Now let's put them to work, right? So here's what we're going to do. We're going to prospect 10 hours a week. We're going to show property and go on appointments 10 hours a week. We're going to do paperwork 5 hours a week. We're going to educate ourselves 2.5 hours a week, and we're going to market 3 hours a week. We add all that stuff up. That is 30.5 hours. 30.5, not 60, not 70, not 50, not 15 either. Right? And I know, I get it. I totally understand it. Jeff, I work 60 hours a week. And you know what? I used to be in that same sort of train of thought of this badge of honor. I work 60 hours a week and I don't see my wife and I didn't get to put my kid to bed but once this week. Right? I get that. It happens, but it doesn't need to be. Right? This adds up to 30.5 hours a week. And I'm no math magician, but that is significantly less than 60 hours. But Jeff, you forget all the time I spend on Facebook. You forget all the time I spend walking from my office to the printer. I'm not going to lie. That actually was brought up to me one time. I thought I was being punked. Neither here nor there. The truth of the matter is this, guys. We waste a lot of time. Okay, we waste a lot of time. We let all the distraction kind of block us from all of this. The whole point of this exercise, right, is when we get to it, is to simply bake into your calendar every single thing that you're going to do. And whenever it is that specific time, whether it's from 8 to 10 or 9 to 11 or from 12 to 12:30, that's the only single thing you are focused on. I mean, you're like the horses at the breeder cup, right? They got the blinders on. That is exactly what we're trying to do. I cannot emphasize and let you know how important that actually is. Earlier, right? Earlier, Jimmy showed you, discussed with you, shipped you off with your marching orders to go out and scorch earth. This tight, hyper laser focused schedule will get you from point A to point B quicker than most. And now it's up to you to do the actions. So if you want, please turn to page 20 in your book and let's build these things out, okay? Now, I understand there are certain things, there are certain things like, Jeff, I got to pick up my kids. Jeff, I got to go to the gym. Guys, these are all things that you're going to put into your calendar, right? So we got 5 things that we're going to talk about, right? We're going to make sure we have prospected. We're going to make sure we're educated. We're going to make sure that we're doing the marketing, right? We're going to make sure we're going on appointments, and then we're going to deliver truly exceptional service, right? So add your office meeting stuff in there, right? Who's got an office meeting? Everybody should be raising their darn hand. I do. Great. What time is it? It's 9 o'clock on Tuesday. Awesome. Put it in there. Great. Okay. Jeff, I go to the gym 3 times a week. Awesome. Are you going to go 4 times a week now after hearing Todd? Great. Put it in there. Awesome. Jeff, I pick up my kids every single day at 3:30. Great. Put it in there. But now we sort of have the rest of this thing. All right. Now, the rest of the story is this. Those 5 things, 30.5 hours a week. Let's do this. So they're going to tell you, right? They're going to tell you that the best prospecting time is 9 o'clock or 8 o'clock or 12 o'clock or 2 o'clock. It doesn't really matter as long as you do it. Okay. Now, after you have enough sort of sample size, you'll be able to figure out, hey, listen, you know what? Hey, on Tuesdays, I have found historically, I have greater success from 11 to 1 o'clock. Awesome. Then we know, once we have empirical data, that it will say, I'm going to prospect on Tuesdays, Thursdays at 11 o'clock. Good, cool, great. That's the first one. Now, education. Do you think better in the morning or are you more creative in the afternoon? That's going to dictate where we put some of this stuff. Now, for the sake of, you've never done this before, I really want to encourage you to say, hey, listen, I'm going to try education Monday, Wednesday, Fridays in the afternoon. On Tuesdays, Thursday, I'm going to put it in the morning. Maybe I'm better. Maybe I'm able to implement some of that stuff. And you might find some correlation. The thing is, we want to be able to make sure that we have some sort of sample size so that we can go back and have predictive analytics to say, you know what? Q3, when the full moon's out, I know exactly who's going to answer the phone, when they're going to answer it. That's extreme. I totally get it, but you get where I'm going with this, right? So listen, we got those 2. Put it in the afternoon, put it in the morning on the next day. Basically copy Tuesdays and Thursdays should be damn near identical. Monday, Wednesday, Friday should be damn near identical. Don't overthink this thing. Copy, paste, right? So then we have all the different things, right? You built out your calendar. You absolutely built out your calendar. You're sitting here going, all right, Tuesdays I got a meeting at 9. Thursdays I got a meeting at 9. That means I'm going to do my stuff at 10 to 12. 10 to 12, great. Monday it's this, Monday it's that. Guys, whatever you do yourself a favor, commit to this calendar. Commit to this calendar for the next 12 weeks. Commit to this calendar for the next 12 weeks. Why? Well, Jeff, it's simple, guys. You cannot blow this damn thing up after 2 weeks. It's going to take you about 4 weeks to get in a habit of doing this. So if we do it for 12 weeks and it is a total flop, a total fail, guess what? We can hit reset, but we're never changing the things. The ingredients remain the same. Nobody wants to know how the sausage is made. They just simply want to enjoy the taste of said sausage. Okay? So we're going to commit to this calendar for the next 12 weeks. We're going to see how disciplined you are. We're going to see how disciplined you become. You're going to have laser focus. And here's the thing. I'm going to challenge you to share it with everybody. If you're at a watch party right now, fill this thing out. And maybe we're going to do this in our breakout session. Chances are we're going to, right? There's going to be a little piece of this. There's going to be some goal setting as well. But here's the thing. Share it with somebody. Share it with somebody. You see, I believe the greatest form of love we can show a human being is holding them accountable. So share this with your AC. Share it with your coach. Share it with your cubicle roommate or your office mate. Share it, God forbid, with your managing director. Because here's the thing. The people who've done this exercise with me, who live in this marketplace, who are in this office, and if I know that at 9 o'clock, so-and-so should be doing prospecting, and I know they're in the office, I'll walk down to their office. And guess what? I'll be like, what are you doing? Well, I'm doing this. I'm doing social. I'm doing that. Live by your calendar. Because the greatest form of love we can show a human being is holding them accountable. Because we're not disciplined. Of all people on this call, I don't know how many more people are shiny object syndromes, right? I know I'm not the only one out there. I think Todd's probably like that, right? Maybe that's why we get along so well. But listen, when we get dialed in, like watch out. Like I have to force myself to put blinders on. And sometimes that means making phone calls from your vehicle. That means making phone calls, walking around an empty office. That means maybe making phone calls while walking to the coffee shop. Whatever the case may be, you are going to have actual data to say when you perform best at such and such a time, that's when you're going to be doing some of these different things. And right now, of all those 5 ingredients, now more than ever, prospecting, education, marketing, appointments, delivering exceptional service has never been keyer. Is that a right word? More key. See, a shiny moment right there. Here's the deal. Guys, the minute you start committing to this, commit to it for 12 weeks. You guys can do anything for 12 weeks. I don't care about the holidays disrupting you. That's awesome. The holidays don't give 2 shits about your record or your goal, right? They're always going to come and they're always going to go. Guess what? You can have cooler holidays when you hit your goal quicker. All right. So stay disciplined, stay focused. Now more than ever, we have an opportunity to take our unfair share of the market. All right. So appointments, prospecting, education, delivering marketing, and delivering exceptional service. Those are the 5 things that should live in your calendar every single day. All right. Every single day. It's 30.5 hours. Yes, you can still go to little Timmy's baseball game because you did everything you possibly had to in that day. All right. So ingredient number 5 was always delivering exceptional service. And Shawnee is going to tell you exactly how we do just that. Shawnee, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you, Jeff. I'm glad I can be your Vanna today. My name is Shawnee Carver. I am Director of Relocation and Transaction Services here at Coldwell Banker Distinctive Properties. I'm super excited to present to you guys today on what I truly believe exceptional service is. So thank you, Carrie. I'm going to start off with our mission statement because I still believe this is at the core of our company here. Coldwell Banker Distinctive Properties is a family of professionals dedicated to creating exceptional real estate experiences for our customers and communities through the passionate delivery of truly remarkable service. We pledge to promote a fun, fulfilling, and respectful environment, one that is open to change and innovation, providing personal growth opportunities for all. We pledge to deliver truly remarkable service. This quote actually came to me from one of our agents in Overland Park. So Tara, I love this. It's at the bottom of your signature in your email. And I agree with it. I've learned that people will forget what you said. People will forget what you did, but people will never forget how you made them feel. That is Maya Angelou. So 3 things today that I'm going to cover is 1, what is full service? 2, why do we need it? And then 3, why should you trust what I am teaching you today? So first off, on a show of hands, who believes that they are already providing full service for their clients? You can put in the chat box, you can put it wherever, but if you truly believe before we even start this presentation that you are providing full service to your clients, I kind of want to see it before and after. Okay. So to me, full service is taking part in overseeing the entire transaction from start to finish. It's leading your clients through each step of the process. It's providing options and advice when it comes to decision making. It's supplying up-to-date data and tools. You have to educate your client with local insight and market knowledge. You definitely have to go that extra 2 miles for your client, and you have to provide them with peace of mind, and you have to make them feel confident. And then why do we need it? Times are changing. We keep talking about the market and it's shifting. It is definitely time to reinvent the traditional way of doing things and bringing back the human connection of a real estate transaction. It's important to bring this level of elevated customer service into a transaction, and this is going to set you apart from other agents. So we here at Coldwell Banker Distinctive Properties, as your partner, we're here to help you. We want to make sure that all of our clients have and feel that exceptional throughout the real estate transaction. For years, we've talked about the low-hanging fruit, bare minimum for marketing your listing. Now is the time to talk about the full service experience for your client when buying and selling a home. And then why should you trust what I'm teaching you? I have 20 plus years of experience in this industry. My point of view is from the client and supporting the agent. I've never been a real estate agent on the selling side. I've always been in a support role. So I get to see it truly as what the client is feeling. I do want to see you succeed and I want to support your business. And then I'm proud to be a part of Coldwell Banker Distinctive Properties. Todd and I go way back, and he is one of my best friends and my older brother here. And I want to make sure that we are doing a good job, and we are making sure that this company really truly is providing an exceptional experience. I'm not just behind the scenes support. I want to make sure that I'm providing you guys with knowledge and what are the steps that you can take to make sure that you're taking care of your client. I was just speaking with one of our agents here out by the coffee, and she's like, well, what is it that you're going to cover today? And I told her, I said, you know what, you're going to see that there are over 32 action items when you're dealing with a buyer. And her eyes got big, and it was like, yeah, there is. There's a lot of different things that you need in order to make the transaction successful. And then tens of thousands of transactions have crossed my eyes and ears. So let's go on and get started. We found that what makes this difficult for buyers is finding the right property, the paperwork side of things, understanding the process and the steps. So what comes next? Explain it to me. Why do I need to do that? Saving for the down payment, getting a mortgage, and then the appraisal of the property. Full service is something that helps a buyer through each of these frustrations. As I'm going through this checklist, ask yourself, there's a page in your workbook that is a blank notebook for full service experience. Ask yourself, what am I doing out of these? So this is kind of the question before. Are you already providing yourself with your client with full service? Or ask yourself as we're going through these checkpoints to see if this is what you're doing for your client. Does your initial introduction include who is on your team? You have a team here. You have a marketing team. You have a transaction team. You have a support team in your AC and your MD. So you have a support team here at Coldwell Banker Distinct Properties. Even if you're not on a team, we are your team. Are you providing buyer information 101 handouts? So what are the real local real estate activities? What does it look like in your market? The current market conditions. What is that expectation as an agent? And what is that expectation as a client? Are you having them sign a buyer agency agreement? You're really truly explaining to these. Sometimes you're going to be dealing with first-time home buyers, and sometimes you're going to be dealing with investment companies. You want to make sure that you are really setting that expectation of what you expect from them as a client and what you're going to provide as an agent. Are you recommending your buyer to lenders, insurance companies, etc.? Are you providing that full service experience there? Are you staying informed yourself on the market trends and interest rates? Do you have it set up where you can schedule regular check-ins? Do you have a CRM in place? This is huge for our company. So are you adding your buyer to CBIQ CRM? And are you setting your buyer up on an automated property watch? Once that property hits the market, are they being notified of that on your behalf? Are you adding your buyer to the monthly newsletter, quarterly market report, and holiday campaigns? And then are you anticipating what your buyer may need? Are they going to need packing help, moving help, cleaning help? Are they going to need additional support after the close of their home? Are you previewing the properties for your buyer? So you're the expert. Are you going out there, are you reaching out to a listing agent and getting the details on that home? Or are you just sending them a list and saying, these are the ones we're going to see tomorrow, and then meet me at 10 o'clock? And are you making your client feel informed, educated, and solidifying that he or she did choose the right best in the business? Once they are under contract, how are you congratulating them on being under contract? Is it a simple phone call? Is it an email? Is it a handwritten card? How are you letting them know that they are under contract and you are super excited to be their partner in this? Are you discussing a home warranty option for them? Are you creating a transaction timeline and explaining this to your client? What happens next? What is my next step in this process? And then are you providing them with clear and easy instructions on the delivery of earnest money? Where do they need to take it to? What is the form of payment? What receipts do they need to have? So are you letting them know every step of the way what's going on? Do you update them weekly on dates and deadlines? And do you include an action list for your buyer? Are you making sure to connect with their lender on a regular basis? So if they are needing maybe pay stubs or they're needing bank statements, are you following up with your client to make sure that they are meeting the dates and deadlines that you've set forth in that contract? Are you providing your buyer with 3 names of inspectors and explaining the home inspection process? Some of them are like, here's an inspection, give them a call, but are you explaining that process and what that's going to be when they get that inspection report back? And then are you providing your buyer with a list of utilities that will need to be set up and the contact information for those utility companies? Once you receive that title commitment, do you sit down with your buyer? Do you look for any red flags? Do you look over the commitment, or do you simply forward it on from the title company and just say, here's a copy of your commitment, look over it? Do you confirm with all parties of the closing date, certified funds, method of delivery? What are they going to need to what do they need to bring to closing? Do you schedule a final walkthrough? Make arrangements and key transfer? So many times when you get your home, where is my garage code? Where do I pick my mail up? What else do I need for this specific area? Is it HOA that takes care of my lawn? So are you making sure that once they move into that home, they are set with everything that they need to know? Not only that, are you reminding your buyer to be on the lookout for the closing disclosure? This has to be provided to them 72 hours prior to closing. So you want to make sure that they have time to look that over. And then are you also reviewing the settlement statement with your buyer so they know how much cash that they're going to have to bring to closing? They know where to bring it to, making sure that the purchase price is right, their earnest money has been credited correctly. On the flip side of it, we see a lot of errors still that come through on settlement statements, and we want to make sure that as an agent, you're going over those with your clients. Are you reminding your buyer to start utilities on the day of closing? So some of these don't even think about, oh my gosh, I'm going to have to get my cable set up, my trash set up. So just have a list together and remind your buyer what utilities are going to be set. This one is simple. It's providing your buyer with a mail forwarding website link. Get your mail forwarded and the start date of it. And then are you prepared with a closing gift? Do you have a system in place to request a testimony 24 hours after closing? Chuck even spoke on this. This was number 12. Ask for a review. So are you asking for that review right after closing, right after they're at that peak moment of turning the keys as they're walking into their new home? They get a request from you of how that was for them. Do you send out a handwritten congratulations card? And are you sending out a just sold buyer representation postcard? Are you adding them to a client for life campaign? And last but not least, are you making sure your client felt informed, educated, and confident that he or she did choose the best in the business? So I hope you've been able to take a couple of the notes on the buyer side of the transaction. There are over 32 action items that I just talked about. Ask yourself, how many of these am I doing? Am I doing just all of them? Am I doing some of them? Am I truly providing exceptional service for my buyer? When we move on to any questions so far, make sure you guys please put in the chat, because after this, we are going to have a Q&A. This is going to be our next breakout session. So I just want to remind you of that as well. What makes this process difficult for sellers? So again, it's pricing the home. It's getting the home ready to sell. It's understanding the process and the steps. It's maintaining a show-ready home. It's inspection items, and it's appraisal of the property. So full service is something that helps a seller through each of these frustrations. When you have that home ready to list, it's pre-seller to contract. Does your initial contact again determine who is on your needs? Are you determining their wants and needs and their timeline? Are they selling now? Are they selling in the spring? When are they going to be selling their home? Is your listing presentation up to date? Does it have a current headshot? Does it have all the classes and your certifications that you have? Set a reminder every year annually to update your listing presentation. You know, the next year that rolls around, you've been in business another year longer. You might have been certified that year in something, a different certification. So make sure you're adding those to your listing presentation. Is it a current headshot, or is it one that you've used from 10 years ago? You schedule an appointment with your seller to preview the property. Make sure you're walking through that property and you're determining things that, you might want to declutter. You might want to pack a few things up. So make sure that you are setting an appointment with your seller to preview the property. And then discussing the list price and the marketing plan. Again, with today's markets, you want to make sure that you're explaining the selling process. You want to market the conditions, your pricing strategy, and what are those client and agent expectations. It's always good to discuss a home warranty option with your seller. You want to discuss staging, decluttering, and best practices prior to the professional photography. And then you want to utilize the best photos to highlight your seller's home. Take time when you order that CV package to review those photos. Don't just pick the top 10. Don't just pick something that looks great. You've been in that home, you know the home. Take your time when you're picking and you're going to market that home for you. Anticipate what your seller is going to need. Is it movers, packers, cleaning services? Where are they going after this? Can you possibly hook them up with a referring agent in another area? Are you representing them buying their next home here? So have the plan in action of what is their next plans after this. And then are you ordering a CV123 marketing package? If you're not, you're crazy. I started in marketing here, and it is insane that if you're not ordering a marketing package on your CV123. Are you providing your updates with the marketing that you're doing? So you have the ability to provide them with a weekly update. Chuck also talked about it on List Track. It shows how many times that home has been viewed online. Carrie can provide marketing insight as to how the marketing is going with your CV123. Reach out to your support staff here and become, foremost in front of your seller to let them know that you are what you are doing into marketing their home. HOA docs. So are you getting all of your HOA docs and associated docs prior to listing the home? Are you reminding sellers to check for transfer fees, working capital fees, or other hidden fees in the transfer of that property? And then again, are you setting an appointment to preview the marketing material? You can let your agent or your client know, this is the Facebook post that just went out. These are the postcards that are going out. These are the flyers that I'm going to have on hand. Again, they hired you to be the professional. So make sure that you're including them in that and that you are the professional representing their home. Have you created showing expectations? Are there shoes off? What's the lock code? Is there an alarm? What are the pets? So make sure that you've also When do you want them to start showing the property? If it gets listed today and you get showings tonight, is that going to be okay with your clients? Or are they going to have to wait a couple days until they're, if they're out of town this weekend? So make sure that you really kind of walk through all of those pre-necessary things that when it goes live, you're ready to show that home. Again, you want to educate your seller on what is next, what to expect for showings, how the notifications are sent, how does your showing time software work in your market? Are they going to receive a text message, a call, an email? So make sure that you're letting them know, this is how it's going to be received in your area. And then are you scheduling out open houses for the following month? This was Chuck's number one on his list, was open houses. Make sure you are scheduling those out too. Don't just do one this Sunday. Schedule them out so that your seller knows, okay, I've got one every Sunday. They're going to do one on a Saturday. They're going to do a Friday. Make sure you're scheduling them out, and then also make sure you're advertising those. Are you sending a congratulations on a new listing email? This would have the links to the MLS, the website, a copy of all of the marketing materials, so that if there is something that you by chance missed, you can catch it right then, but your sellers also have a chance to see what you're doing on their behalf. And then again, provide a market piece to be left at the property. This is their story. This lets them say, what are the upgrades that have been done? It puts a personal touch on that listing. You can add your seller to weekly automated CBIQ seller reports. And then are you making sure to provide the seller showing feedback after each showing? Once your seller is under contract, are you doing any of these things? All of these things or none of these things? Are you sending out an under contract congratulations communication? Are you, again, is this email? Is this a handwritten card? Is this a phone call? How are you communicating to your seller that they are under contract? Are you creating a transaction timeline and explaining what happens next? Have you introduced your seller to the title company and the closer? Closer is going to be working with them very closely. So you want to make sure that you've made that introduction and that they know who's going to be representing them at the closing table. Are you reminding your seller to provide loan payoff information for the title company? So there's a lot of little things that they have to reach out to that you can be a partner with in that transaction even more. Are you following up on the delivery of earnest money, and are you updating your seller? Have you created an automated weekly date and deadline email that includes action items for your seller? Do you review the title commitment as well? Are you confirming with all parties on the closing date, time, and particulars? And then again, remind your seller to review the seller settlement statement. Is there anything additional that they need to know when they're closing on that? Remind them what needs to be brought to the closing. Seller proceed, how are they going to receive their proceeds after closing, the bank info and the timeline. So you just want to make sure that you're the expert in all of this. Reminding the seller to bring the keys, the remote, the mailbox number. How are those supplied? Where do they get them at? Is there anything that's quirky about the home? They might need to know where to turn off the main water supply. Anything that's going to help, just get that information beforehand. To remind them to discontinue utilities on the day of closing. And then provide them as well with the USPS mail forwarding website link. Are you prepared with your closing gift? Do you have a system in place to request a testimonial 24 hours after closing? Again, are you sending out a handwritten congratulations card? And are you sending out a just sold postcard? Are you adding them to a client for life campaign? And last but not least, are you making sure your client felt informed, educated, and confident that he chose the best in the business? So I truly believe the basics of full service. It's, you have to behave in a professional, polite, and respectful manner. This is with your clients and your partners in the industry at all times. In a lot of our markets, we live in small towns. So you want to make sure that you are really, truly just being who you are, but you're being professional as well. Dress to impress. Don't show up in leggings and a t-shirt and tennis shoes. Todd spoke about it this morning. He's really been trying to dress up these days, and he looked great. He dressed in a very professional manner, and you want to do that too. You want to dress to impress. That includes your vehicle. Make sure your vehicle is clean. Make sure it's free of, pet hair, kids' toys, anything that, somebody would get in and be like, oh, I don't know, are they going to represent me or my property this way? You want to exceed your client's expectations in everything you do. Grow a local following to ensure lasting relationships. We talk about this as one of your lead sources. This is going to be your sphere of influence. This is going to be your past client list that you can get repeat business from in the future. So you want to also look at always maintaining this relationship as well as developing new relationships. And then put the client at the heart of the experience. This may be your first closing. This may be your 50th closing, but this might be that person's first home that they've bought. So you want to make sure that they're at the heart of it. You do this all day, every day. They don't. So make sure that you focus on them and let them know that what their needs are, you're going to take care of them. And examine every aspect of your service. You'll be known for your consistency and your ability to anticipate your clients' needs. Be flexible with your clients' needs and provide a thorough understanding of the home buying and selling process. It may be a month, it may be 3 months, it may be 4 months, but just always be there for them. And we talk about staying in contact with them and just making sure that they know they can call you as their trusted advisor. Provide your clients with a memorable real estate experience, well executed, thoughtful, and a high level of service by a dedicated and professional agent, which is you. And then always think, reinvent the traditional way of doing business. We work for a fearless leader, and he's always being innovative, and he's always wanting to see what can we do next to stay ahead of the curve. And introduce a new mindset of customer service by blending concepts outside the industry to elevate the level of service that no one thought possible. You can always think of different ways to service your client and provide exceptional service, and make sure you do. Make sure you stand above the rest. I also just want to restate that the heart and mindset of what our mission statement at Coldwell Banker Distinctive Properties is. We are looking to create an exceptional real estate experience for our clients. This is a level 12, five-star rated experience that truly knocks the socks off of your client. Being focused on ensuring that we get 5-star reviews, testimonials, and referral business like you've never seen before. You can be the leader changing the way the industry works, and you get one shot at excellence. I want to say thank you again for the opportunity to present what we truly are passionate about, and that's creating an extraordinary real estate experience. We believe it's one closing at a time for you, your partner, or you are our partner and your client. Do you guys have any questions that you want to put in the chat box? I finished early, so we've got a few minutes before I give it back to Jimmy and Jeff. And I'm not sure if Todd is still on the call or if he had to jump off to get to the airport.
Not sure. I didn't see him in there, but Jimmy, there you are.
All right, am I on?
You're on.
Yeah.
Am I on? All right, hey, everybody, put your books down. Stand up. Everybody, stand up. Stand up. Stretch up high. There you go. Gary Shook team, I see you dancing in the back. Gary, the only guy with a better beard than me. All right, everybody, sit down. Stand back up. You know we're going to do this. Sit back down. There we go. Come on. Come on. All right. Jamie Keel, this one's for you, sister. That one's for you. And now I will tell you, what questions can we answer for you?
Yeah. Fire away.
So I guess a show of hands again. Are you guys doing over 40 action items on your seller transaction? As an agent, can you say, I do every single one of those and I do it exceptionally well? Or are there areas that you can improve on in those checklist items?
Hey, Jimmy, this is Mark. I had a question for Shawnee.
Yeah, go for it.
I took screenshots of those 8 or 9 slides, Shawnee, that you just put up.
Okay.
Could those be available somewhere in a 1-sheet or a 3-sheet
They
on our
can.
website?
Yes, absolutely, Mark.
I think it's going to be more than 1 sheet unless it's like 11 by 17
Yeah.
piece of paper. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, yeah, great info, Shawnee. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Thank
It's
you, Mark.
a good checklist, I think.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mark. This is Karen, and that's the best I've ever seen. And I think that ought to be in the hands of every single one of our brokers and our agents, everyone.
Thank you, Karen.
I'm going to piggyback off of Shawnee and her team. One of the things from an education standpoint, I heard this from a podcast that I was listening to. Yes, I listen to podcasts. And this gal was talking about, she had this sheet of paper and it was laminated. Like, so it was kind of heavier than just, like a regular sheet of paper. And she would give it to her seller, to the seller of a house, right? And this is during a listing presentation. She'd be like, this is my team. And every seller would be like, what the hell do you mean this is your team? And it gave me the idea. I'm like, holy smokes, if I'm not on a team, if I'm a solo agent, guess who is my team? Carrie, Shanna, Joey, Todd, Shawnee, Miranda, like the list goes on and on and on and on and on, right? Like Christina, like everybody. And so I had our AC create this thing. And it's just like this, everybody's face is on this damn thing. And it is so impactful to be like, this is my team. what about that agent from XYZ Realty? So like, Shawnee, thank you for bringing that up. But I'm telling you guys, if you're not using that and leveraging that in your listing presentations, that's a great opportunity to add into your listing presentation.
Jeff, let me jump on when we
Please.
talk about teams. One of my focuses when I went down to Gen Blue was let me learn about teams. Let me dig into what a real what does a real team look like? What are those examples? And so we went with, okay, you've got a team lead, and then you've got 3 buyers agents, and then you've got an assistant, and then you got a marketing person, and then you add some more buyers agents, and then maybe you need somebody to help with some social media, and then you add some more buyers agents, and you grow your team, blah, right? All I kept thinking was Coldwell Banker Distinctive Properties is one big team. We've got all the people in place. So whether you're on a team within Coldwell Banker Distinctive Properties, or you're just an agent within Coldwell Banker Distinctive Properties, you're on a team. And all those people exist or in place for you to leverage to make your business successful. So, hey, let's see here. Todd asked, and Todd, if you can help us out just a little bit more, Cinnamon wants to know if you have action plans already created for buyers and sellers. Johnny, do we have any action plans that are created for buyers and sellers?
We do.
Okay.
And
Shawnee,
Cindy,
no way. No way.
Yes, we do. And you have to reach out to me
Good.
in order to have access to them. No, they are in there, but I will help the agents get them set up for them.
All right. Good.
That's great.
Team, any other questions? Questions from this morning, from Todd's presentation, from my presentation, from Jeff's presentation? Any points of clarification?
Okay, Jen. I have a question.
Go for it.
I was in some of the Moxie. I was in a Moxie thing or in a couple of presentations where they use Moxie. How soon are we going to have access to that?
Joni, come on. You heard Todd earlier today.
I know, but when?
Okay, so Jeff, you and I need to pin Todd down.
Yeah, no question.
And
We gotta
actually
get the answer to
get a
this.
date, because I'm actually excited to hear about it too. So Joni, let Jeff and I work and pin Todd down and try to put a map on the calendar, or a dot on the calendar for you.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Great question.
Lots of buzz there.
Yep.
That was one of the big key takeaways for me being at Gen Blue. We have a pretty decent idea of everything. By decent, I mean, it's our job to know all the tools that Distinctive Properties has, at least enough to get in trouble. But I was shocked at all the cool shit that CB offers and how it just works in, oh God, like guys, there's some really, really cool stuff coming down. And then just simply just learning about it, because we get so busy in the day-to-day. But guess what? Now that I got a schedule, I can schedule it. It could be part of my education, part of my training. Boom, 30.5 hours. You're welcome.
Great. Okay. Hey, this is what I like to do in the absence of questions. Here's what I'm going to ask. So everybody that's on the screen, everybody that I'm looking at the screen, think of one question that you would want to ask, because I'm going to randomly pick on a couple folks that I know out there. So if I know you, you're fair game. Get ready. One question. Let me see. Let me go to Telluride and go Jim Jennings. One question. If you're going to ask the team, any questions or any kind of epiphany that you had going through this today?
I just wanted to know the best way everybody's getting the new leads.
Okay.
Interesting.
I mean, I'm going after listings right now. I'm chasing 4 today. And
Okay.
I was wondering how everybody else was getting them. Minor referrals almost exclusively.
So sphere of influence.
Sphere of influence, correct.
Did you get some ideas from Chuck?
Oh yeah, for sure.
What was one that jumped out at you that said, hey, listen, I'm going to take massive action and implement that one piece?
It's the social media that I'm lacking on, for
Okay.
sure. And he gave me about 100 good ideas, actually.
Right.
It was
Right.
a little bit overwhelming, actually,
Okay.
but I'm going for it.
So Jim, I'm glad you said that, right? Because there was so much there. And if you
It
try
was
to do
amazing.
all of it, you won't do any of it. So, and when I'm down there on Thursday, let's talk about one or two that we can put into massive action right now.
Okay, sounds
Right.
good.
Yep. And I'm right there with you because, I've got these two thumbs, right? And they're
Mhm.
fat thumbs. And my son types faster with two thumbs than I do with 10 fingers. Right. And
Yeah, I'm a
so,
one finger guy.
right.
sure.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, let exactly. So let's talk about one or two things while we're down there. But yes, I'm glad social media is one that you want to take on because it's something that I'm trying to do better as well.
I look forward to seeing you.
All right. Awesome. Let me
And
see.
Jim, you already have 2 aces in your pocket. You have your amazing assistant Deb, and you have the marketing department. So reach
Oh.
out to them. Put Deb in
Yes.
contact with us, with the marketing department, and you will get your social media out there.
Yep. Okay, let me see here. Let me go to a couple of my Grand Junction peeps. Look at everybody like disappeared off the screen.
Yeah,
Like
right?
I'm
I'm no longer on the screen. You can't see me. Rain. Rain, yep, I'm looking at you, sister. Tell me what's something that either you have a question or it's something, that you like said, hey, I'm going to put that into massive action.
Basically all of it. It made it kind of broke everything down and made it all doable.
Right.
Really
Yeah.
helpful.
Okay. So I'm going to push you a little bit. Give me one or two things.
The scheduling of breaking
Okay.
up my schedule and having that is really helpful.
Okay.
And then some social media stuff.
Okay, good. So here's what I want you to do. I'm committing to you. I want you, once you get your schedule done, come in and bring it into me and let's sit down and chat about it. Okay. Let's look at it because I know you're also working a second job. And so I'd love to be able to work through that to put you in massive action and get you doing real estate full time. Right?
Sounds good.
Is that amazing?
Yeah.
Okay. What's your goal next year? What number of transactions next year?
Ooh.
What'd you put down on your sheet?
15.
15. Love it. Okay. I love it.
That's
Thank you.
great.
Amazing. Well done.
Awesome.
Okay, let me see. One more here. I'm gonna go outside of my team. Kaylin Clevenger.
Ooh,
Yeah.
KC,
All right.
here she is.
One either a question you have or some kind of something that you learned. You're like, I'm just gonna put that piece into massive action.
Well, Jeff's going, ooh, because I have been sick almost this entire year. And before I came to Coldwell, I worked for like the top agent in Bozeman. So had a really rough first year on my own, but I really, really liked Shawnee's list because it, even the agent I worked for who had like really lined out systems was missing some of those pieces. So
Wow.
It kind of like reinvigorated what I would call like the systems that I need to put back in place and also get myself back out there. I felt like everything was really useful today. So thanks, Jeff, for making me do this. And
Absolutely.
Can I tell you,
one
Kate?
of my questions, sorry, if you want to
Go ahead.
question.
No,
I would say,
go ahead.
I, along with the like working a second job thing, I do work a second job. Do you have any suggestions for people that aren't full-time real estate yet? And what helps you get from having the second job to being able to rely on real estate, especially when the market is no longer going up?
Jeff? Or do you want me to go?
Yeah, go for it, Jimmy, please.
Yeah.
She hears me talk about this all the time, so.
Okay, Casey, it's you and I are going to have a conversation right now. Okay, so unmute that. Okay.
Sorry, I have
All right,
dogs.
no, you're fine. Okay. You're part of the family, and I want to know, and I want you to know that I love you so much that I want to have a hard conversation with you. Okay, so you ready? Okay, so here, what is your outcome? What is your goal this year?
20 transactions.
20 transactions. Okay.
I want to make
with-
6 figures.
You want to make 6 figures. I love it. Okay. So with that 20 transactions, what does that allow you to accomplish? At the end of 2023, and you look back at 2023 and you've done 20 transactions, what will that have allowed you to do?
pay off my debt and buy my own house.
Pay off your debt, buy your own house. Security is one of those top things, Maslow's hierarchy of needs, right? Okay. And so paying off debt and buying your house provides what for you?
Security, exactly what you're talking about. I had built like a cushion and security, and being sick this year kind of took that out from under me.
Okay. So security, right? Security for you, security for anybody else, security for your dog, security for what?
Yeah, me, I'm alone, but
Okay,
also
that's
like
fine.
I feel to help my parents, my mom out more.
Okay. So what is that, that sense of security, what will that ultimately allow you to do?
Have a lot less stress and be less sick because I have less stress.
Okay. Right. And what will
And
that
just live
allow you?
a better life.
What, say it again. Say it again, please.
Like live a better life again and be able to help other people, not just myself. Like I went from like living what I had done with my goals to being like rock bottom. So it's been a big fall.
Yeah. Right. Okay. So you know what it's been like to be up at the top and now you're feeling kind of down here at the bottom, right? And you want to get back up. You've experienced that before. And it feels really good, right?
Yeah, I just
Right.
don't want to burn myself in the process this time. I want to do it in a healthier way.
Okay. So you ready? You ready? Okay. You said you wanted to do what, 20 this next year?
Mhm.
How many conversations do you need to have every day for the next 245 days?
4.
Can you do 4 conversations every day for the next 245 days, focused on just real estate?
Yes, I already talked to a lot of people. I think I need to be better at not being a secret agent, self-promotion.
Okay. All right. So you ready? If you did 4 conversations every single day, what's that going to achieve for you?
Well, making more connections and ultimately leading to more clients and more closings.
It's going to lead to the 20 transactions, which is going to lead to what?
The security,
Which is going to lead to what?
freedom, and health.
To live the beautiful life you want to live right now, right?
Mhm.
Okay. So now you know what you need to do.
Have those 4 conversations a day.
Exactly.
And look back at my Tony Robbins stuff, because I also have been to several Tony Robbins events.
So you know where I'm coming from, right?
Yeah.
You know where I'm coming from.
Yeah, I remember feeling like you feel right now, and I don't feel like that at all.
Yeah.
Let's get you back there, Kaylin.
Let's get you back there, right? But you asked me, your question to me is, what do I need to do to get back on the horse, right?
Well, to go from like, I guess I have this like fear of putting all of my eggs in the real estate basket. How do you rely on it when it's let you down before?
You ready? Has it been real estate? You just blamed it on
You
real
cut
estate.
out. I can't hear you.
Okay.
No,
You
I'm
blamed
saying
it on
like no, but like, how do you trust something that is so up and down?
Okay. You have to put in massive action, right? And that massive action for you is those 4 conversations. And I'm not sure that you're having those 4 conversations every day.
No, I'm not right now.
Okay. I think you put in those 4 conversations and you'll see magic start to happen. Right.
And Kaylin, reach out to us. We're your team. So let us know what we can do to help and support you.
Yeah. And we're going to talk leverage here in just a minute. So thank you, Shawnee. I appreciate that. Okay. But yes, real estate right now is a bit rocky. But guess what? In uncertain times, leaders provide certainty. And you're a leader to your business. Okay. So when you talk to your clients and they go, oh my goodness, the real estate is falling. Did you see the rates? Yeah. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I have. And the most certain that you have, and go, yeah, I agree with you. Are you buying cash or are you getting a loan? Oh, well, we're getting a loan. What'd Chuck Whitehead say? Hey, guess what? You might want to buy now while prices are low. The prices are coming down. Get in the market now, because next spring when the prices go, or when the rates go down, what are the prices going to do? They're going to
Go
shoot back up again.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Right?
long term, you'll win by buying in a low market and refinance.
Exactly. And refinance, right? So those are the conversations that you need to have.
Just more of them.
Casey, I would tell you confidence. Confidence in this certain time. You got to be certain in this uncertain time.
Hey, can I jump in?
Go for it.
You mind? And then I'm gonna jump. So I love what's going on here, and it's amazing. The whole purpose of this exercise, this business planning exercise, is not just to put a shiny goal up there. It's to create that number that Jimmy's talking about. It's to create the actions that we've all been talking about. It's to create what your lead source is going to be that Chuck was talking about, in a way that you trust that if I do those things, I will have the outcomes. Right? I wish Bobby Hermosillo was on the call today. And Kaylin, what I would encourage you to do is reach out to Bobby Hermosillo. He's an agent in Vail. When he came to the Vail office, he was working at the lumber yard. He had a second job. He said, hey, I want to be a full-time agent. We created a plan for him to make that transition. We
How
created
do you, sorry, what's his last name? How do you spell that?
Hermosillo. Yeah, you just ask your AC or your managing director. They'll get
Okay.
you. But he did it. And last year he did $20 million in sales. So it can be done. You've got to absolutely have your plan. But here's the thing. You have to believe in your plan. And that's where so many of us fail. We put something on paper. We're like, yeah, this is awesome. And then it's that purpose, right? It's that calling. It's that why that keeps us from doing the things, the hard things when it's hard, right? Remember, when we're running downhill, we all look like elite athletes, right? Everybody looks like a skier on a powder day, which is kind of bullshit, but
Say some people do not.
some people do not look like a pro on powder day. But I love what you guys are all talking about. This is exactly why we did this event. So thank you. I am going to say my parting words, and then I'm going to jump because I got to go to the airport. Shawnee, thank you very much. I've got a lot of questions from agents saying, hey, listen, I would love access to whatever it is that she's using for her concierge program. So however you all want to connect with Shawnee, as I told the folks here in Durango, everything that Shawnee is doing is from tens of thousands of transactions that she's been part of. Okay. And she's created her concierge program, and you can hire her to do that, but you don't have to hire her to do that. Okay. If you want access to any of the things that she's created as a member of our team, as part of our organization, you have access to all of it. So if you decide that you don't want a concierge and you want to do all this on your own, you are welcome to do it. Okay. I think once you do the math, you will figure out, just like most people have on the marketing packages, that the best use of your funds, the best use of your time is to leverage those items to somebody else. But hey, it's your business, it's your life, it's your journey. We are only here to help you have the life that you want. That's it, right? So there's no requirements here. But I want you to know, and I want you to hear it from me. Everything we create is we share it all. Okay. That's why we're teaching this. This is how we teach it. We teach it by leading by example. So you good, Shawnee, on that?
Yeah, great. Absolutely.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Thank you. Now listen, you guys have got some time here that you're going to go into a breakout session. The focus is, all right, great. I've got my goals. I've got my plan. I've identified some new lead sources. This is all very exciting. Oh shit. Do I have the time to do this? Right. And if it's not on your schedule, listen to me, y'all. This is your schedule requires the most discipline of anything that you will ever do in your life. Okay. And it is worth every ounce of pain to get there. It will take discipline. You got to tattoo that word to the inside of your eyelids. Discipline, discipline, discipline. If it's not on your schedule, it does not exist. I'll say it again. If it is not on your schedule, it does not exist. I don't know, Carrie, maybe you can pull out my mock schedule that I had done. It was it was two days, and share that with the team. I'll provide you a mock schedule. It is loosely my schedule. You'll see I tried to edit it to make it more like a real estate agent schedule, but you will see how finite I actually get into what my schedule looks like, to what time I'm waking up, what I'm doing the first half hour, the second hour, when I'm spending time with my kids, when do I have date nights. So now everybody will know that on Thursdays, you just, after 5 o'clock, you don't call me. Sorry, Jen, that was for you. But anyway, so make sure you put some effort in, and you come out of this with a schedule that you believe that if you will live to it, it will give you the life that you want, right? I love you guys. Jimmy, great job. Carrie, great job. ACs, thank you so much. I'm here in Durango. Peyton crushed it. So thank you all. I really appreciate it. And for every single one of you that showed up, I'm super proud of you. Great job. All right. Bye, you guys.
Safe travels, Todd.
Hi.
Take care, Todd.
I think in the chat box we had another question or two. Adam Greenberg, if you're still there. If you're still there.
I am still there.
There we go.
Hi, Adam.
Hi. This is actually for you, Shawnee, because I would like to know how you could help mine and everybody else's businesses, specifically on the social media marketing aspect of taking it off our plate and making it more automated. Now, I for those of us that have done this enough, I think we know that there's the not the programs, but the things you guys offer us that you can just sign up for and you'll take care of it for us. But if we wanted you guys to get even more, in fact, let's just say take over that whole aspect of our business, is that something Coldwell Banker Distinctive Properties can do yet, or is it still go out to a third party?
I would love to answer that, but Carrie is actually the director of marketing. So she's now handling the social media and the marketing of it. She has been for 2 years now. So it would be better suited for Carrie to answer that question. So I'm not putting more work on her team and saying what they can and can't do. But if Carrie's on the call, so Carrie could absolutely jump in and address that for you, Adam.
Yeah, so we've got a few different options that we can kind of help take social media off of your plate. So want to be clear that we're not taking it off entirely, because that really important piece that Chuck mentioned is the engagement with other people. We cannot take that off your plate. You need to be commenting, liking, DMing. That is really important. But there is a lot that you can offload. And our team is here to help you with a lot of content creation. So we've got tons of content, a few examples that come to mind. I would actually have a social media resource page in the workbook as well with some resources. But for example, we have Social Bay, so creates a content calendar for you, specific to you. You can kind of choose what types of content, local content, that sort of thing, that you want to be posted. Generates a 30-day content calendar. You can go in, you can make any edits, customize it, add your hashtags, or you can set it and forget it, either way. You can also sign up for social media content for each day of the week. Shanna on our marketing team here creates a set of graphics, social media content for both residential and commercial. So that's 10 different pieces of content that we're creating for you that we can just go in and post on your behalf every weekday. So you can go in, again, the link is in your workbook, but you could choose, I want this to go up on Monday and Thursday or whatever it is. And we can do that for you as well. Tons of resources through Coldwell Banker. CB Desk has Brand Serve. If you haven't poked around, there's some really great Instagram story templates that kind of get into that interactiveness that Chuck mentioned. Lots of good stuff in CB Desk and Brand Serve. But really, I'd recommend that you reach out to the marketing team. We are happy to do a social media audit for you. So just kind of taking a look through all of your social media. I really loved what Chuck had for his that checklist that you go through each of your profiles, make sure it's all up to date. We're happy to help you with that. Kind of go through and make an action plan of what can we help you with. Then what are the pieces that you can add that you really need to be focused on yourself for those 15 or so minutes a day to be interacting with other people. But yeah, reach out if you have any questions or would like us to kind of take a look at your profiles, because we're happy to help. We love that.
Can I ask you a question about services?
Sure.
do we have someone on the team that is able to do the video editing? So we provide the content and just hand it off to the other person to do the editing and posting?
We've got a couple of templated options right now. So as far as, fully customized videos, not just yet, but we do have some kind of templated options for listing, more listing style videos. Reach out if you have a specific project in mind. We'll see if we can help. But we don't have someone kind of doing custom video fully at the moment. But we do have connections with preferred photographers and videographers in each of our markets. So we're happy if it's not something we can help with, we'll point you in the right direction.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
Thanks for the question, Adam.
Yeah, great question.
Mute my phone, which is over here.
Any other questions there, team? Okay.
I've got a question. In someone that hasn't really explored social media and a bare minimum Facebook presence, what would be like a first step? Step one, get on, would it be step one, get on Facebook, get a presence on Facebook, flesh that out. Step two, do Instagram, in the sequence of doing that?
Yeah. So Tom, here's what I tell you. Facebook, Instagram. Let's start there. Let's you and I chat tomorrow when I'm down there. But let's get you set up on a Facebook and Instagram account. Those two actually link and talk to each other. So you get kind of a 2-for-1 when you post stuff if you set it up correctly. And so once we get those set up, then we'll get you connected with Carrie and the team. But while you and I are down there, we'll chat about content to post and how to post, and when to post. So I talk either 3-2 or a 4-to-1 mix where the majority of it's personal, and then you throw in some business stuff in there. So 4 personal and one business related post as you're posting, just on a general rule of thumb. And then people say, well, what do I need to post on my personal? I will tell you, you've got to be you. You've got to be authentic. So, if you like dogs, it's all about dogs. If you like to go for a hike, then it's all about hikes. If you like to go skiing, it's all about skiing. It's you, because you will attract to your tribe, to your social media. Right. So, that's probably just a couple nuggets to get you out the gate, but I think let's get you set up on Facebook and Instagram first.
Yeah.
And then we'll take it from there. Jeff.
And hopefully you took the screenshot of the QR code for Chuck's November calendar. Talk about not having to think about a darn thing. So follow that thing to a T. Homies in Twin Falls, what is up, crew? What do you guys got for us?
Richard's got a question. I have a question. Who can help me with marketing in Spanish?
Oh, como se dice? Was that good? That's about it. That's all I got. That's all I got.
Well, that's Gary.
Yes, Joey.
That's a great question. That is a really, really, really good question.
Yeah.
Yeah, reach out to us. There are a lot of things, a lot of the custom materials that we make are all super easy to translate. My Spanish personally is very rusty, so I will rely on you for some translation help. But as far as customizing, and switching over a lot of our materials, we're more than happy to do that and help out with, getting your website and your social media and all of that kind of converted over, or have, versions in both English and Spanish. There's a lot of customization that we can help you with. So yeah, reach out to us.
And Michelle Gaida and Maddie.
Oh yes, we do have a couple of Spanish speaking.
Who in our organization's bilingual?
Quite a few of them.
We have quite a few.
Mhm.
Agents,
Yeah.
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 We should have a list. Good question.
That is a good question.
Mhm.
We're gonna have to add that to the team matrix that Carrie posted on there. If you guys did not see that, the team that I was talking about, Carrie uploaded the link. Click on that thing, make sure you download it. I'm telling you what, use it. It would be absolutely amazing. Erica, quick question for Jeff. Can you break down the amount of time for each items for the daily schedule? Sorry, I talk really, really fast. So yes, I will slow this down for everybody right now. Here it is in short. You ready? Prospecting, 2 hours a day. Showing property / appointments, 2 hours a day. Paperwork, 1 hour a day. Education, 30 minutes. Thank you very much for this. And then, of course, marketing, 2 days a week at 1.5 hours. So 3 total hours right there. So 2 hours of prospecting, 2 hours of showing property, hour of paperwork. And I know you guys are all kings and queens of paperwork. 30 minutes every day of education. And then, of course, roughly, if you want to divide that by 5, 45 or so minutes a day for the marketing. So that is your day in a nutshell. And that is broken down by week for that. So hopefully that answers your question. Great question. Okay. Anything else in the chat? Yeah.
Can I ask a question?
Please, Karen.
Thank
Go for it,
you.
Karen.
Yes, we do have several fluent people in our organization that are fluent in Spanish. However, to expect them to do this for free for you would be totally out of the question. Now, they're the ones that, what happens is if you have a non-English speaking person, you have to give them a Spanish and an English contract and be able to be fluent in both of them. So just saying that if you have a person that is absolutely unable to speak English, I would recommend you refer them over to someone who is fluent in that language.
Now, just so you guys all know, this is Karen, who is the broker in charge of all of Colorado. Of course, she would bring this all back down to the logistics side of it. Thanks, Karen.
Oh, sure. It was my pleasure. Thank you.
Karen's our legend. We love Karen.
Exactly. Exactly. Any other questions? All right, Jimmy, what are our marching orders, my man?
Okay, so here's what we're gonna do, team. I am gonna show you. Here's the next steps. I'm gonna quickly run through on IQ Office where you can put your goals in. Then I'm gonna close this out, and you're gonna stay right where you're sitting. You're gonna go, and unless you don't have your laptop or something along those lines, I want you to go get your laptops and come back into the room, and we are gonna physically walk through and put your goals and aspirations into IQ Office so that you now have a tracker for them. All right. So I'm going to show you how it's done. I'm going to close this out. Then you're going to go get your laptops, come back into the room, and we're going to do this. And that'll be the last thing that we do today. And then all of us as managing directors will go ahead and kick you guys out of the out to go sell real estate and to go be rock stars. So here we go. Let me just do this. Let me share my screen. Let me make sure I can share my screen. I'm going to go Client Bay. Okay, so everybody, you should be able to see right now my Client Bay. You're going to go up to your profile up here. I'm going to move through this quick, and then your managing directors are going to walk you through this later. Okay, I'm going to hit view my profile. In my profile, where'd it go? Hold on for a sec. In my profile up at the top here, I've got this sheet there, or this little tab up here on top called goals. And then all you have to do is click in your goals right here. Okay. So for the team that for the agent that I had, we said, hey, listen, I'm gonna make after everything's done. Oh, let me see. Hold on, back up. Yeah, my commission earnings, my personal commission earnings were $66,000. Actually, hold on for a sec. I'm going to start over with the new one. Let me back up. I'm sorry. I'm going to go down to 20. Where'd it go? Oh, I already did it. Sorry. 2023. Here's my 2023. So here's what I did. I put my commission earnings, which was $66,000. Remember, that's after taxes, after business expenses. Here's my gross commission. So this was 198, and then divided by 3 gives me 66. This is my average sale price at 2.75, or at 400,000. Average commission rate right here. Now it's going to ask you what percentage of sales you want to be listing sold. And I'm going to say 40% of my total sales are going to be listings. Down here is going to be the other 60% of sales that are buyers. And then this question number 10 asks you, of the total number of listings that I take, what's the total number that I'm actually going to sell? And so I put a 90% number. So 9 out of 10 homes that come out, 90% of the homes that I list are going to sell. And then this accounts for a market adjustment. And this is interesting. So if the market's going up, you put a 0 here, but if the market's going down, which we may, we're anticipating seeing, you can put a percentage right here. So I put a 10% down because this is, Grand Junction, and we've actually had a pretty good market. And I think and I'm anticipating that we're not going to have much of a fall off before a hot spring. So and then you go up to the top here and you hit recalculate. And when it calculates it, it's going to tell you your average GCI per sale. That'll be 11,000. Your total sales that you need to do would be 18. The number of listings that you're going to have to take, which would be 7. The number of new listings you have to have, but this is going to be set. You're going to take 8. You're going to sell 7. You're going to take and close on 11 buyers. I'm sorry, you're going to get 12 buyers and you're going to close on 11 of them. So that's the matrix right here and how this thing works. And I'm going over it fast. So MDs will go over it here later. But then what I can do here is I can hit print. And what it does is it will give you this matrix. And if you go and it'll auto calculate here all the information you need to see your success. So as Shawnee and the team puts the information into IQ Office for us, it will calculate year to date and your percentage goal, whether you've reached your goals. Okay. Now, how does that help me? How does that help Jeff? How does it help all the managing directors out there? Is we can see your goals. We can help you with your goals. We can make sure you guys are staying on track with your goals. So this is going to be the last. This will be your call to action. This is the thing we're going to want you to do before everybody leaves. So with that said, Jeff, you got anything before I hit the closeout comments?
No,
we do our final breakout.
We're going to absolutely dive back into our breakout sessions, and we're going to bang these things out. So thank you for ripping through that really, really quickly. But guys, don't have no fear. You're going to have that one-on-one time with your managing directors right now, or whomever's proctoring your watch parties, and then you guys will be able to fill this thing out on the spot.
Okay. Thanks,
Thank
Jeff.
you guys for taking all of your day to spend with us, and we hope it was beneficial and you learned a lot.
Beautiful.
Absolutely.
All right. Thanks, Shawnee. Thanks, Jeff. Hey, here's what I'm going to leave you guys with now. Okay. What do you think about this? Let me stop sharing here, by the way. There we go. Okay. Everyone is in a cycle of momentum. Everyone is in a cycle of momentum. Is your momentum going up or is your momentum going down? Everyone is in a cycle momentum. I hope that when as we get done with this, that now you are on an upward momentum cycle. Tony Robbins talks about the ultimate success formula. Write these 5 things down. The first one is to know your outcome. And knowing your outcome, that clarity is power. And that's what we started out with today. Know your outcome. Clarity, the clarity is power. Number 2, know your reasons why. We did that this morning. A why is a must. It's not a should. I should have a why. No, you must have a why. Number 3, take massive action. We've given you your marching orders. You've actually given yourself your marching orders. So it's now up to you to take that massive action. Number 4, know what you're getting ready. Or I'm sorry, know what you are getting. I'm sorry, back up. Know what you are getting. During break, my team and I were talking about success without fulfillment is failure. Let me say it again. Success without fulfillment is failure. So at the end of 2023, that fulfillment that you're going to achieve comes from the success that you're going to have. That's what you know. That's what you know you are getting, is what that fulfillment looks like. And number 5, if something's not working, change the approach. What do they say? That the definition of insanity is keep doing the same thing and expecting a different outcome. Guess what? If something's not working, change your approach. So with that said, who and what do you need to leverage? What do you need to leverage to take massive action to achieve that fulfillment, that success at the end of 2023? Who are you going to leverage? Is it the marketing team? Is it Shawnee? Is it Jeff? Is it me? Is it Todd? I guarantee you that if you shot a note to Todd right now, he'd have an answer for you by the end of the day. It says, hey, I'm wrestling with this. Help me out. He's gonna help you or point you in the right direction to go find the help. So what do you need to leverage? And there are a ton of tools and resources that you need. And if you don't know, go ask. Go ask. Be brave. Ask the question. I have no idea how to get from here to there. Help me. Okay. And I'll leave you with this. Change is a matter of ability. I'm sorry. Change is never a matter of ability. Change is never a matter of ability. It's a matter of motivation. Change is never a matter of ability. It's a matter of motivation. So what success are you going to have? What fulfillment are you going to achieve by the end of 2023 that is your motivation to have just some massive, incredible impact and a great year next year? With that, guys, I appreciate all of you. We'll be around. You can always pick up the phone, call me. You can call Jeff. We so appreciate every single one of you. Go get your laptops and get back into your breakout sessions. We'll walk through this stuff. We'll get it, input it into IQ, and you